Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more night-bound stories. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The morning mist clung to Willow Hollow like a secret keeper's shawl, drifting between cottage chimneys and settling into the hollows where ancient oaks stretched their gnarled fingers toward a pearl-grey sky. The air carried the sweet dampness of October earth, mingled with the comforting smoke of coal fires just beginning to chase away the night's chill. Somewhere in the distance, a church bell chimed 7 times, its bronze voice rolling across fields where sheep moved like pale ghosts through the fog, their bells creating a gentle symphony that seemed to whisper of mysteries just beyond sight. Miss Jane Marple pressed her gloved hand against the train window, watching as the English countryside unfolded before her like pages from a well-loved book. The rhythm of wheels on track had lulled her into that pleasant state between waking and dreaming, where thoughts drift as softly as the mist outside. She had been travelling since dawn, leaving the familiar streets of St. Mary Mead behind for this invitation to visit her great niece in the village of Willow Hollow, a place she had never seen but somehow felt she knew from the countless stories that seemed to cling to its very name like ivy to old stone. The train whistle called out, a lonesome sound that echoed off the rolling hills, and Miss Marple felt that familiar flutter of anticipation that came with stepping into unknown territory. At her age, she treasured these moments of discovery, when the world still held corners yet unexplored and stories yet untold. The conductor's voice drifted through the carriage, announcing their approach to Willow Hollow station, and she gathered her carpet bag and umbrella, noting how the other passengers, a farmer with soil still dark under his fingernails, a young woman clutching a letter, an elderly gentleman whose pipe smoke added its own layer to the morning's fragrant tapestry, all seemed to shift and settle as if the very name of their destination carried weight. The station platform was little more than a stretch of weathered wood and a modest shelter, but it possessed that particular charm of rural England where function married beauty without fanfare. Miss Marple stepped onto the platform, her boots finding purchase on wood worn smooth by countless arrivals and departures. The station master, a round man whose moustache seemed to have been groomed with the same care he lavished on his small garden of late roses, tipped his cap and gestured toward the village with the easy hospitality of someone who knew every soul for miles around. "First time to Willow Hollow, miss?" he asked, though something in his eyes suggested he already knew the answer. Beautiful place, though. He paused, glancing toward the village where church spires and cottage chimneys emerged from the mist like ships from fog. "Well, we've had some peculiar happenings of late. Nothing to worry a visitor, mind you, but the locals have been—" He searched for the right word, his weather-beaten face creasing with concern. "Unsettled, you might say." Miss Marple tilted her head with the curious attention of a sparrow spotting something interesting in the garden. "Unsettled? How intriguing. I do hope it's nothing serious." The station master's laugh held more nervousness than mirth. "Oh, probably nothing more than village talk, miss. You know how it is in small places. Someone sneezes wrong and half the town thinks there's plague coming." But his eyes drifted again toward the village, and Miss Marple caught the way his hand moved unconsciously to touch the small iron horseshoe pinned to his lapel. "It's just that we've had some accidents lately. Strange ones, and there's talk of—" He lowered his voice as if the very words might summon unwanted attention. "Well, there's talk of the witch." The word hung in the morning air like morning mist, substantial enough to feel but impossible to grasp. Miss Marple felt that familiar tingle of interest that came when human nature revealed one of its more fascinating puzzles. In her experience, accusations of witchcraft said far more about the accusers than the accused, but she kept this observation to herself, merely nodding with the kind of polite interest that encouraged further confidence. "A witch," she repeated, gently adjusting her handbag strap. "How perfectly medieval. I don't suppose she rides a broomstick." The station master's face flushed slightly as if embarrassed by his own words. "Now, miss, I don't put stock in such nonsense myself, you understand. But there. As a woman lives out at the edge of the village, Mrs. Blackthorne her name is, keeps to herself, grows herbs, has a way with sick animals, lives alone in that old cottage where the hollows get deepest and the mist lingers longest." He glanced around as if checking for eavesdroppers among the pigeons pecking at scattered grain. "People say she's behind the accidents. Say she's got a grudge against the village for some slight or another." Miss Marple absorbed this information with the careful attention of someone who understood that first impressions, like morning mist, often obscured more than they revealed. And what sort of accidents might these be? Well, there was the matter of Farmer Hensley's prize bull getting spooked so badly it broke through 3 fences and took off across the moor. Found him 2 days later, calm as you please, but he's never been the same since. Then there was the oak tree that came down across the main road, a tree that had stood for 300 years, mind you, and it picked the exact moment when young Timothy Walsh was driving his motor car to market. Missed him by inches, it did. The station master shook his head. And just last week the old stone bridge over Willow Creek developed a crack right down the middle. Been solid as the earth itself since Roman times, that bridge, and suddenly it's not safe for so much as a lamb to cross. The morning breeze stirred the mist, and Miss Marple caught the scent of wood smoke and something else. Something green and growing, like a garden after rain. She found herself studying the village that lay before them, noting how the houses seemed to cluster together as if seeking mutual comfort, their thatched roofs and mullioned windows speaking of centuries of quiet endurance. Willow Hollow appeared to be the sort of place where time moved at its own pace, where the rhythm of seasons mattered more than the ticking of clocks, and where everyone knew everyone else's business, which made the presence of a mysterious outsider all the more intriguing. "I don't suppose," Miss Marple said thoughtfully, "that anyone has actually seen Mrs. Blackthorne doing anything supernatural." The station master's moustache twitched. "Well, that's just it, miss. Nobody sees her doing anything at all. She keeps to herself, does her shopping early morning when the village is barely stirring, tends her garden, and minds her own business. But that's almost worse, isn't it? If she were out casting spells and brewing potions in full view, we'd know what we were dealing with. It's the not knowing that has people on edge." Miss Marple nodded with perfect understanding. Fear of the unknown was one of humanity's most reliable constants, as predictable as the tide and often just as destructive. She had seen it countless times in St. Mary Mead, how the simple act of being different, of not fitting into the expected patterns of village life, could transform an ordinary person into a figure of suspicion and dread. The fact that Mrs. Blackthorne appeared to be guilty of nothing more than living quietly and keeping her own counsel made the situation all the more interesting. A young man approached the platform, his boots crunching on the gravel and his breath visible in the cool air. He had the lean build of someone who worked with his hands and the slightly worried expression of someone carrying news he'd rather not deliver. The station master straightened, and Miss Marple detected a subtle shift in the atmosphere, like the moment before lightning strikes. "Morning, Mr. Caldwell," the young man said, touching his cap. "I'm to fetch the visitor for Mrs. Raymond." His eyes found Miss Marple with the polite curiosity of small-town courtesy. "That would be you, miss, if you're Miss Marple from St. Mary Mead." "Indeed I am," Miss Marple replied warmly. "And you would be?" "Peter Walsh, miss. I help out at the Raymond farm and other places as needed." He glanced at the station master, then back to Miss Marple. "Mrs. Raymond sends her apologies for not coming herself, but there's been another incident this morning." The word incident seemed to echo across the platform, and Miss Marple noticed how both men unconsciously looked toward the village, as if expecting to see smoke rising, or hear the sound of calamity approaching on the morning breeze. The mist swirled around them, and somewhere in the distance a dog barked once and fell silent. "Nothing serious, I hope?" Miss Marple asked, though something in Peter Walsh's expression suggested otherwise. "It's Mrs. Henderson's cottage, miss. She woke this morning to find every flower in her garden withered black as coal, though they were blooming beautiful as you please when she went to bed last night. Perfect roses, prize dahlias, even the hardy chrysanthemums, all of them dead between sunset and sunrise. Peter's voice dropped to barely above a whisper, and there were marks in the earth around them, like footprints, but not quite. Too small for a person, too large for any animal we know. Miss Marple felt her eyebrows rise with genuine interest. In her experience, mysterious footprints were usually far more earthly in origin than their discoverers imagined, but they invariably made for fascinating puzzles. How very peculiar! I don't suppose anyone thought to preserve these marks for examination. Peter shook his head. Mrs. Henderson was that upset she took a broom to them straight away. Swept and swept until there was nothing left but disturbed earth. Says she couldn't bear to look at them a moment longer. He picked up Miss Marple's bag with the automatic courtesy of country upbringing. The whole village is talking about it, miss. Some say it's proof that Mrs. Blackthorne has finally shown her true nature. Others... He hesitated, glancing around nervously. Others say maybe we've brought this on ourselves somehow, that maybe there's something in the village that doesn't want to stay hidden. As they walked toward the village proper, Miss Marple found herself studying the landscape with new appreciation. Willow Hollow nestled in a natural depression surrounded by gentle hills, and she could see how the peculiar geography would trap mist and create pockets of shadow, even on the brightest days. The willows that gave the place its name grew thick along the meandering creek that wound through the village centre, their trailing branches creating curtains of green and gold that moved constantly in the breeze. It was the sort of place where folklore would naturally take root, where every shadow might hide a story, and every unexplained sound could become the foundation of legend. The houses they passed spoke of centuries of continuous habitation, each generation adding its own character while respecting what came before. Rose-covered cottages sat companionably beside more substantial Georgian homes, and everywhere Miss Marple looked, she saw the careful balance between practicality and beauty that marked the best of English village life. Gardens overflowed with the last flowers of autumn, their colours muted but still lovely in the soft light, and she caught glimpses of well-tended vegetable plots, where winter cabbages grew in neat rows alongside late-harvest herbs. But there was something else in the air beyond the usual sense of village life, a subtle tension that seemed to vibrate like a plucked string. People moved with purpose but glanced over their shoulders, and more than once she noticed residents stepping aside to speak in hushed tones, before dispersing with backward looks toward the hills, where the mist lingered thickest. Children played in the streets, but their games seemed subdued, and their mothers called them in earlier than the mild weather warranted. "Tell me about Mrs. Blackthorne," Miss Marple said as they approached the village centre, where a medieval market cross stood surrounded by shops that had probably served the community for generations. "Has she lived here long?" Peter considered the question, while navigating around a small flock of geese that had decided the road belonged to them. "About 5 years, miss. Came here just after the war ended. Bought the old Thornfield cottage out where Willow Creek bends toward the moor. Paid cash, which set some tongues wagging, and moved in with nothing but a cart full of books and enough herbs to stock an apothecary." He paused to tip his hat to an elderly woman who watched their progress from behind lace curtains. "Keeps to herself, like Mr. Caldwell said. Polite enough when you meet her in the shops, but never stops for a chat. Never goes to church, never accepts invitations to tea, never joins in with harvest festivals or Christmas preparations." Miss Marple nodded thoughtfully. In village life, such social isolation was often viewed with suspicion, regardless of the reasons behind it. Perhaps she's simply shy, or has reasons for preferring solitude. "Perhaps, miss, but there's other things too." Peter's voice dropped again, and Miss Marple had to lean closer to catch his words. "People say she knows things. Old Mrs. Weatherby swears Mrs. Blackthorne warned her about her Tom's accident 3 days before it happened. Told her to keep the boy away from the mill wheel that week. And when little Sarah Morrison went missing last spring, they say Mrs. Blackthorne knew exactly where to find her, led the search party straight to the old badger set where the child had fallen asleep." "How fortunate," Miss Marple observed. "I should think the village would be grateful for such helpful insight." Peter's expression suggested the reality was more complicated. "Well, that's just it, miss. People don't know whether to be grateful or frightened. It's one thing to help when help's needed, but it's another to know things you shouldn't rightly know." makes people wonder what else you might know, and whether you might use that knowledge for harm instead of help. They had reached the heart of the village now, where the main road widened into a small square dominated by the market cross, and surrounded by shops whose painted signs creaked gently in the breeze. Miss Marple could see the baker's, identifiable by the warm golden light spilling from its windows and the heavenly scent of fresh bread. The greengrocer's, with its display of autumn vegetables arranged like a harvest still life. And the post office, which also seemed to serve as the unofficial centre of village communication, judging by the number of people clustering around its entrance despite the early hour. The conversation ceased as they passed, not with the sudden silence of guilt, but with the natural pause of curiosity. Miss Marple found herself the object of polite but thorough examination, and she smiled with the gentle acknowledgement of someone who understood the importance of proper introduction in village society. These were good people. She could sense it in their open faces and genuine concern. But they were worried people too, caught between rational scepticism and the ancient fear of things that went bump in the night. "Mrs. Raymond's house is just up the lane," Peter said, gesturing toward a comfortable-looking Georgian home set behind a garden where late roses still bloomed despite the season's advance. "She's been that excited about your visit, miss. Says it's been far too long since she's had proper family to fuss over." Miss Marple felt a warm glow of anticipation at the prospect of reunion with her great niece, but part of her attention remained focused on the mystery that seemed to hang over Willow Hollow like the morning mist. Somewhere in this peaceful village, fear was taking root and growing, fed by coincidence and watered by imagination. And at the centre of it all sat a woman who had apparently committed no greater crime than choosing to live differently from her neighbours. As they walked up the garden path, Miss Marple found herself thinking about the peculiar human tendency to seek simple explanations for complex events, and how quickly the unusual could become the sinister in the fertile soil of collective anxiety. The accidents that had befallen the village might well be nothing more than the sort of random misfortunes that plagued every community, but in the presence of a convenient scapegoat, they had been transformed into evidence of malevolent intent. The front door opened before they could knock, and a woman with greying hair and worried eyes rushed out to embrace Miss Marple with genuine affection. "Aunt Jane? Oh, how wonderful to see you, though I do wish it were under happier circumstances." "Dorothy, my dear," Miss Marple replied, returning the embrace warmly. "You look well, despite whatever troubles have been plaguing your lovely village." Dorothy Raymond's expression clouded slightly as she ushered them inside. "I'm afraid it's all rather unsettling, Aunt Jane. I know how foolish it sounds, but there's something in the air here lately, something that has everyone looking over their shoulders and jumping at shadows." She glanced toward the windows, where the mist still drifted past like restless spirits. "I don't suppose you'd consider this nothing more than a pleasant family visit, and ignore all the village nonsense." Miss Marple settled into a comfortable chair by the fire, and accepted the cup of tea that appeared with miraculous speed, noting how the familiar ritual of hospitality seemed to calm her great niece's nerves. "My dear Dorothy, in my experience, village nonsense is often the most interesting sort of nonsense there is. Besides, I find that a change of scene often provides exactly the sort of mental stimulation one needs." Through the window, the mist continued its slow dance around the village, and somewhere in its shifting patterns, Miss Marple was quite certain, lay the key to whatever was troubling the good people of Willow Hollow. The day was still young, and already it had presented her with a puzzle that promised to be both engaging and, she hoped, ultimately solvable through the application of common sense and careful observation. After all, in her experience, there was usually a perfectly logical explanation for everything, even witchcraft. The afternoon sun had burned away much of the morning's mist, though wisps still clung stubbornly to the hollows and danced between the ancient willows that gave the village its name. Miss Marple found herself settling into the comfortable rhythm of village life, with the ease of someone who understood that the best observations came not from rushing about asking pointed questions, but from simply being present while life unfolded around her. She had spent the morning with Dorothy, catching up on family news and listening to the gentle gossip that was the lifeblood of any proper English village. Now, with the excuse of taking a constitutional walk to aid her digestion, after one of Dorothy's excellent lunches, Miss Marple made her way along the winding lane that led toward the edge of the village. Her route, carefully chosen after studying Dorothy's hand-drawn map over tea and biscuits, would take her past the post office, around the duck pond where children fed stale bread to a collection of remarkably spoiled waterfowl, and eventually to the path that meandered alongside Willow Creek toward the moor. The village revealed itself differently in afternoon light than it had in the morning's atmospheric mist. Colours were sharper now, details clearer, and Miss Marple could see how beautifully maintained everything was despite the underlying current of anxiety she had sensed earlier. Gardens showed the careful attention of people who took pride in their homes, and the main street bore evidence of a community that valued both tradition and gentle progress. The telephone wires strung between posts spoke of modernity's careful advance into rural England, while the horse trough by the market cross reminded her that change came slowly to places like Willow Hollow. As she walked, Miss Marple became aware of being observed, not with hostility, but with the frank curiosity that was a stranger's due in a place where everyone knew everyone else's business going back 3 generations. Curtains twitched at her passage, and she caught glimpses of faces at shop windows, all perfectly polite but unmistakably interested in the newcomer's movements. She smiled and nodded to those bold enough to acknowledge her directly, noting how their expressions ranged from welcoming to worried, depending on where her path seemed to be leading. Mrs. Henderson's cottage proved easy to identify even without Dorothy's directions. The small crowd gathered outside the garden gate, speaking in hushed tones, while gesturing toward the devastated flower beds, marked it as clearly as a signpost. Miss Marple approached with the measured pace of someone taking a casual stroll, though her sharp eyes were already cataloguing details that the emotional observers might have missed. The destruction was indeed dramatic. What had clearly been a prize-winning garden the day before now looked as if winter had arrived with sudden, brutal efficiency. Roses that should have bloomed for weeks yet lay withered on their stems, their petals scattered like dark confetti across paths that had been swept so vigorously that the earth showed rake marks in neat parallel lines. Dahlias that had obviously been the pride of the garden stood like blackened sentinels, their once magnificent heads hanging in defeat, while even the hardy chrysanthemums that typically laughed at early frost showed the same mysterious blight. "Terrible sight, isn't it?" said a voice beside her, and Miss Marple turned to find a pleasantly round woman with flower-dusted hands and the sort of practical apron that marked her as someone accustomed to feeding others. "Mrs. Pemberton," the woman introduced herself. "I run the bakery with my husband." Poor Mrs. Henderson is beside herself, and who can blame her? 30 years she's been nursing that garden, and now look at it. Miss Marple murmured appropriate sympathy while studying the pattern of destruction. To her experienced eye, there was something almost too thorough about the devastation, as if whatever had caused it had been remarkably efficient in its work. "I don't suppose anyone heard anything unusual during the night," Mrs. Pemberton shook her head. "Nothing at all, which is part of what has everyone so unsettled. You'd think something this dramatic would make some sort of noise, wouldn't you? A storm, or wind, or at least the sound of an animal rooting about." But Mrs. Henderson says she slept peacefully as a lamb, and her bedroom window looks right out over the garden. An elderly man with a walking stick and the careful posture of someone whose joints protested morning dampness joined their conversation. "Name's Weatherby," he said, touching his cap. "Been living in this village for 73 years, and I've never seen the like. Plants don't just die overnight without cause, and healthy plants certainly don't turn black as coal unless there's been frost hard enough to kill a man, which there most certainly wasn't." Miss Marple nodded thoughtfully. "I don't suppose you noticed any unusual scents this morning. Sometimes plants affected by disease or pest infestation give off distinctive odours." Mr. Weatherby's weathered face creased in concentration. "Now that you mention it, there was something. Not unpleasant, mind you, but unusual. Like green herbs crushed underfoot, but sharper, almost medicinal." He glanced around nervously. "My Tom mentioned it too when he came to help Mrs. Henderson clear away the worst of it. Said it reminded him of the smell that hangs around the apothecary shop in the next village." Mrs. Pemberton's expression grew troubled. "There's only one person hereabouts who deals in medicinal herbs, and that's—" She lowered her voice, though. They were standing in a public lane with no one particularly close. "Well, that's Mrs. Blackthorne. Lives out in the old Thornfield cottage where the creek bends toward the moor. Keeps a garden full of plants most of us wouldn't recognise, and folks say she knows more about what grows in these parts than anyone has a right to." Miss Marple felt that familiar tingle of interest that came when puzzle pieces began to suggest a pattern, even if the picture remained unclear. She sounds like a knowledgeable gardener. Has anyone thought to ask her opinion about what might have caused this damage? The silence that greeted this perfectly reasonable suggestion spoke volumes. Mr. Weatherby shifted uncomfortably, and Mrs. Pemberton's flour-dusted hands twisted her apron. Finally, the baker's wife spoke with the careful tone of someone trying to be fair while harbouring serious doubts. "Well, you see, miss, that's rather the problem. Mrs. Blackthorne isn't... that is, she doesn't..." Mrs. Pemberton searched for diplomatic phrasing. "She keeps very much to herself, does Mrs. Blackthorne. Polite enough when you meet her in the shops, but not what you'd call sociable. And with all these strange happenings lately, well, people are beginning to wonder if maybe there's more to her withdrawal than simple shyness." Mr. Weatherby nodded gravely. "It's the timing that troubles folks. She moves to our village 5 years ago, quiet as you please, and for the first few years nothing unusual happens. But this summer, suddenly we're having more accidents and strange occurrences than we've seen in decades. Makes people think you understand." Miss Marple understood perfectly, though perhaps not in the way Mr. Weatherby intended. She had seen this pattern before, how coincidence could be transformed into causation when fear needed a focal point, and how the simple act of being different could make someone a convenient explanation for unexplainable events. The human need to assign blame for misfortune was as old as civilization itself, and usually said more about the blamers than the blamed. "I think," she said gently, "that I should very much like to meet this Mrs. Blackthorne. If she's as knowledgeable about plants as you suggest, she might have insights that could prevent this sort of thing from happening to other gardens." The suggestion was met with the sort of polite but horrified silence usually reserved for proposals to walk through a graveyard at midnight or take tea with known criminals. Mrs. Pemberton's eyes widened, and Mr. Weatherby actually took a step backward, as if the very idea might be contagious. "Oh, miss," Mrs. Pemberton said earnestly, "I don't think that would be wise at all. I mean, she's never done anything directly threatening, mind you, but there's something about her that makes people uncomfortable. The way she looks at you, as if she's seeing things you'd rather keep private, and the stories people tell..." Miss Marple's eyebrows rose with polite interest. "Stories?" Mr. Weatherby glanced around to ensure they wouldn't be overheard, then leaned closer. "My grandson works for the postal service, delivers letters and packages around the county. He says Mrs. Blackthorne gets packages from the strangest places, apothecaries in London, herb sellers in Scotland, even some foreign places he couldn't pronounce. Always paying in cash, never explaining what she's ordered, and twice he's delivered letters addressed to her in languages that aren't English." "How cosmopolitan," Miss Marple observed mildly. "Perhaps she has family abroad, or scholarly interests that require international correspondence, but she could see that reasonable explanations weren't what her companions wanted to hear." Fear had taken root in Willow Hollow, and like any vigorous growth, it was crowding out more sensible plantings. The strange accidents, the mysterious garden destruction, and the presence of a woman who didn't conform to village expectations had combined into a narrative that satisfied the human need for simple answers to complex questions. "Well," she said, checking the small watch pinned to her coat, "I think I'll continue my walk. The afternoon is so lovely, and I understand there are some beautiful views once you reach the creek path." Mrs. Pemberton looked alarmed. "But miss, that path leads right past the Thornfield cottage." And with evening coming on and the mist starting to gather again, Miss Marple smiled with the serene confidence of someone who had faced down genuine dangers and found that most fears dissolved when met with practical common sense. "I'm sure I'll be perfectly safe. After all, what harm could come to an elderly lady taking a perfectly innocent walk on a public path?" She left them standing by Mrs. Henderson's ruined garden, their worried voices following her like the distant sound of bells. The path along Willow Creek proved every bit as charming as Dorothy had promised, winding between pollarded willows whose trailing branches created natural arbours overhead. The water ran clear and shallow over smooth stones, making a gentle music that seemed to wash away the tensions of the village and replace them with the deeper peace of the countryside. As she walked, Miss Marple found herself thinking about the curious psychology of small communities, how the very qualities that made village life so appealing, the close-knit relationships, the shared knowledge of everyone's business, the comfort of familiar routines, could also make them vulnerable to collective anxieties. When everyone knew everyone else, the arrival of someone who chose to remain unknown created a void that imagination rushed to fill. The path curved away from the main village now, following the creek's meandering course toward the open moor. Here, the willows gave way to older trees, oaks and ash that had probably stood when the first stones of Willow Hollow were laid. The air grew cooler and carried different scents, wild herbs, damp earth, and the faint sweetness of late-blooming heather. Somewhere ahead, she could see where the formal cultivation of the village edges gave way to the wilder beauty of the English countryside, and there, where the creek made a pronounced bend toward the rising ground of the moor, stood the cottage that had become the focus of so much speculation and fear. Thornfield Cottage was older than most of the village buildings, probably dating from the Tudor period judging by its timber framing and steep-pitched roof. But age had been kind to it, or perhaps it had been lovingly maintained by generations of careful owners. The half-timbering showed no signs of rot, the thatch lay thick and even, and the mullioned windows sparkled in the afternoon light. It sat in a natural depression, where several old trees provided shelter from winter winds, and Miss Marple could see immediately why someone seeking solitude would choose such a spot. What made her pause and study the scene more carefully, however, was the garden. If Mrs. Henderson's garden had been a showcase of traditional English flowers arranged with geometric precision, this was something altogether different. The space around the cottage flowed with the organic curves of a much older tradition, where plants were valued for their usefulness as much as their beauty. Herbs grew in carefully tended beds that followed the natural contours of the land, and Miss Marple recognised many of them from her own modest attempts at medicinal gardening. Lavender for soothing nerves, chamomile for restful sleep, comfrey for healing cuts and bruises. But there were other plants too, ones she couldn't identify, with unusual leaf shapes and subtle flowers that seemed to catch the light in unexpected ways. The overall effect was of a garden that had grown according to some inner logic rather than imposed design, and she found it far more beautiful than the rigid formality favoured by most village gardeners. A movement near the cottage door caught her attention, and Miss Marple felt her pulse quicken with anticipation. A woman emerged from what appeared to be a small outbuilding, carrying a basket filled with freshly cut herbs. She was perhaps 50 years old, with dark hair touched by silver and pulled back in a practical knot. Her dress was simple but well made, in a shade of deep green that complemented the garden around her, and she moved with the easy confidence of someone completely at home in her surroundings. This, then, was the mysterious Mrs. Blackthorne, the woman whose very existence had become a source of village speculation and increasingly fear. Miss Marple studied her with the careful attention she usually reserved for particularly interesting specimens of human nature. There was nothing remotely sinister about the woman's appearance. She looked, if anything, like a genteel governess, or perhaps a retired teacher who had chosen country life over urban sophistication. Her face was intelligent and thoughtful, with the sort of fine bone structure that aged gracefully, and her movements suggested both physical health and mental alertness. As if sensing observation, Mrs. Blackthorne looked up from her herbs and met Miss Marple's gaze directly. For a moment they regarded each other across the garden space. The village newcomer and the curious visitor and Miss Marple felt that peculiar recognition that sometimes occurred between kindred spirits. Mrs. Blackthorne set down her basket and approached the low stone wall that separated her garden from the public path. Her smile was cautious but genuine, and when she spoke her voice carried the cultured tones of education rather than the rural accent Miss Marple had expected. "Good afternoon," she said politely. "I don't believe we've been introduced. I'm Evelyn Blackthorne, Jane Marple." Miss Marple replied, returning the smile with interest. "I'm visiting my great-niece in the village and thought I'd explore some of your lovely countryside. I hope you don't mind my admiring your garden. It's quite extraordinary." A flash of genuine pleasure crossed Mrs. Blackthorn's features. "Thank you. It's taken several years to establish, but I think it's finally beginning to find its proper character." She gestured toward the herb beds with obvious pride. "I've tried to create something that serves practical purposes while remaining beautiful to look at. So many people seem to think that usefulness and beauty are mutually exclusive." Miss Marple found herself warming to this sentiment immediately. "How very true. I've always believed that the best gardens are those that feed both body and soul. You have some varieties here I don't recognise. Are they native to this area?" Mrs. Blackthorn's expression grew more animated, and Miss Marple realised she had touched upon a subject dear to the woman's heart. "Some are quite old varieties that have fallen out of common cultivation. Others I've grown from seeds gathered during my travels. I spent several years abroad before settling here, and I discovered that many traditional remedies have been preserved in other cultures while being forgotten in their countries of origin." "How fascinating! You must have some wonderful stories about your travels." For a moment, Mrs. Blackthorn's face brightened with the memory of distant places and interesting experiences. Then, as if remembering where she was and who she was speaking to, the animation faded slightly. "Yes, well, that was all rather a long time ago. I find I prefer the quiet life these days." Miss Marple sensed the withdrawal and respected it, though she filed the information away for future consideration. Here was a woman with education, experience, and obvious intelligence, who had chosen to bury herself in a small English village, where her very presence seemed to generate suspicion. The question was whether that choice had been made from preference or necessity. "I'm afraid," Mrs. Blackthorn continued with careful politeness, "that you may have heard some rather unflattering stories about me in the village. People do seem to enjoy speculating about their neighbours, especially when those neighbours prefer privacy to publicity." Miss Marple tilted her head with sympathetic understanding. "I've lived in villages all my life, my dear, and I've learned that the more interesting a person is, the more stories they tend to accumulate. I generally find the truth far more fascinating than the fiction." Something in Mrs. Blackthorn's expression suggested she was reassessing her visitor. How refreshingly honest. Most people seem to prefer their mysteries unsolved. It gives them more scope for imagination. "Oh, I adore mysteries," Miss Marple admitted cheerfully, "but I much prefer solving them to speculating about them. For instance, I heard in the village that you might know something about plant diseases. There's been some rather dramatic damage to Mrs. Henderson's garden, and I wondered if you might have any insights about the cause." Mrs. Blackthorn's face grew serious. "Yes, I heard about that. Quite devastating from what I understand. I'd be happy to take a look if Mrs. Henderson would welcome the assistance, though I rather suspect she wouldn't." The gentle irony in her voice suggested she was well aware of her reputation in the village. Miss Marple found herself increasingly intrigued by this woman, who seemed to accept her ostracism with such philosophical calm. "Perhaps," Miss Marple suggested gently, "you could share your thoughts with me, and I could pass them along. I'm curious about any natural causes that might produce such sudden and dramatic results." Mrs. Blackthorn considered this proposal while absently stroking a large tabby cat that had appeared from somewhere in the garden depths. "Well, there are several possibilities, though none of them are particularly common. Certain fungal infections can spread very rapidly under the right conditions, particularly when there's been unusual moisture followed by sudden temperature changes. But the description I heard, complete blackening overnight, sounds more like chemical damage than natural disease." Miss Marple felt her eyebrows rise. Chemical damage, salt poisoning for instance, or contamination with certain commercial herbicides. Both can produce the sort of rapid, thorough destruction you're describing. Mrs. Blackthorn's expression grew thoughtful. Of course such damage would be quite deliberate. Natural salt deposits don't appear overnight in established gardens, and herbicides don't apply themselves. The implications hung in the afternoon air like the gathering mist. Miss Marple found herself studying Mrs. Blackthorn's face for any sign of deception or hidden knowledge, but saw only the calm intelligence of someone discussing a problem from a scientific perspective. How unfortunate, Miss Marple said quietly, that someone would deliberately destroy such a beautiful garden. Indeed. Though I suppose Mrs. Blackthorn added with a slight smile that held more sadness than humour, it's rather convenient to have a village witch to blame for such acts of vandalism. Saves people from having to look too closely at their neighbours' motives. As if summoned by her words, the sound of voices drifted along the path from the direction of the village. Mrs. Blackthorn's expression immediately became more guarded, and she stepped back from the wall as if preparing to retreat into her cottage. "I should let you continue your walk," she said politely. "The path leads up to some lovely views of the moor if you're interested. Just mind the boggy patches if you venture off the established track." Miss Marple sensed that their conversation was ending, but she felt as if she had barely begun to scratch the surface of the mystery that was Evelyn Blackthorn. "Thank you for the gardening advice. I do hope we'll have another opportunity to chat. I find your perspective quite refreshing." Mrs. Blackthorn's smile was genuine but fleeting. "Perhaps, though I should warn you that association with the village witch might damage your own reputation among the locals." "Oh, my dear," Miss Marple replied with a gentle laugh. "At my age, one's reputation is rather like a well-established garden. It takes more than a little gossip to uproot what's been growing for decades." As she continued along the path toward the moor, Miss Marple found herself thinking about the woman she'd just met. Far from the sinister figure of village imagination, Evelyn Blackthorn appeared to be an educated, articulate woman whose only apparent crime was choosing to live life on her own terms. The fact that she possessed knowledge about plants and their properties, including their potential for harm, made her no more dangerous than any experienced gardener. But it did, Miss Marple reflected as the mist began to gather more thickly around the ancient trees, make her a very convenient scapegoat for someone who preferred to remain hidden in the shadows, while fear and suspicion did their destructive work in the light of day. Behind her, the cottage windows began to glow with warm lamplight as evening approached, and somewhere in the gathering dusk Miss Marple was quite certain the real mystery of Willow Hollow was only just beginning to reveal itself. The morning brought one of those perfect October days that seemed designed to remind England why poets had spent centuries singing its praises. Golden light slanted through the mullioned windows of Dorothy's breakfast room, casting dancing patterns on the polished oak table where Miss Marple sat with her second cup of tea, watching the village come to life beyond the garden wall. The air carried the sweet scent of wood smoke and the distant sound of church bells practicing their changes, while somewhere a dog barked with the cheerful persistence of one who had important opinions about the postman's arrival. Dorothy bustled about the kitchen with the comfortable efficiency of someone who'd been managing a household for decades, her movements creating a gentle percussion of china and cutlery that spoke of morning routines perfected by long practice. She had been unusually quiet during breakfast, Miss Marple noticed, responding to conversational overtures with distracted murmurs, and glancing frequently toward the windows as if expecting unwelcome news to materialize from the peaceful scene outside. "My dear," Miss Marple said gently, setting down her teacup with the delicate precision that marked her generation's relationship with good china. "You seem rather preoccupied this morning. I hope my wanderings yesterday didn't cause any awkwardness with your neighbours." Dorothy paused in her arrangement of late chrysanthemums from the garden, her hands stilling on the flower stems. "Oh, Aunt Jane, it's not that exactly, though I must admit there's been some talk. Mrs. Pemberton mentioned that you'd expressed interest in visiting Mrs. Blackthorn, and, well—" She trailed off, clearly struggling with how to express her concerns without seeming foolish. Miss Marple waited with the patient attention of someone who understood that the most important communications often required careful navigation around social obstacles. Through the window she could see Mr. Walsh loading vegetables into his cart for the morning market, run his movements quick and efficient despite the early hour. The normalcy of the scene made the undercurrent of village anxiety all the more intriguing. "The thing is," Dorothy continued, settling into the chair across from her great-aunt, "there's been another incident. Or rather, we've learned more about the previous ones, and it's all rather unsettling." She glanced around as if the very walls might be listening. "You remember Mr. Weatherby mentioned his grandson Tom working at the mill. Well, it seems there's more to that story than anyone realised at the time. Miss Marple leaned forward with polite interest. Oh, Tom was working alone that evening, you see, cleaning the great wheel after the day's grinding was finished. It's dangerous work. Those wheels are massive things, and if you slip... Dorothy shuddered delicately. Well, accidents at mills are often fatal, but Tom swears that just as he was positioning himself to clean the lower paddles, he heard someone calling his name from outside. A woman's voice, urgent and insistent, telling him to come away from the wheel immediately. The morning light continued its gentle dance across the breakfast table, but Miss Marple felt her attention sharpen with the familiar tingle that came when human behaviour revealed unexpected patterns. How fortunate that someone was concerned for his safety. Yes, well, that's just the thing, Dorothy said, lowering her voice despite their privacy. When Tom went outside to see who had called him, there was no one there. Not a soul in sight, and no sound of footsteps or a cart moving away. Just the evening mist and the smell of... She paused, clearly reluctant to continue. The smell of what, dear? Herbs, Tom said. Like a garden after rain, but sharper, medicinal. Dorothy's hands twisted her napkin unconsciously, and not 5 minutes after he came outside, something went wrong with the wheel mechanism. A wooden gear that had worked perfectly for 30 years suddenly cracked straight through, and if Tom had been down there cleaning when it happened... Miss Marple absorbed this information while watching a pair of robins conduct what appeared to be a territorial dispute in the garden hedge. The birds' aggressive posturing provided an amusing counterpoint to the serious nature of Dorothy's revelation, and she found herself thinking about the curious ways in which significant events often played out against perfectly ordinary backgrounds. I suppose, she said thoughtfully, that Tom was grateful for the warning, regardless of its source. Dorothy nodded earnestly. Oh, absolutely. He credits that voice with saving his life. But you see the problem, don't you? If there was no one else about, how did someone know to warn him? And the description of that herbal scent... She didn't need to finish the sentence. In a village where one woman had become synonymous with mysterious knowledge and unusual botanical expertise, the implications seemed obvious. Miss Marple sipped her tea while considering the story's implications. In her experience, when coincidences began to accumulate around particular individuals, it usually indicated either deliberate manipulation or careful observation that others had missed. The question was which category Mrs. Blackthorne's apparent prescience might fall into. Has anyone thought to ask Mrs. Blackthorne directly about these incidents? She inquired mildly. Dorothy's expression suggested this was roughly equivalent to proposing a casual chat with a sleeping dragon. Oh, Aunt Jane, people don't really... That is, she isn't the sort of person one approaches casually. And besides, what would one say? Excuse me, but did you happen to save young Tom's life through supernatural means? It sounds rather mad when you put it like that. Miss Marple smiled gently. It does indeed. Though I've found that direct questions often produce surprisingly useful answers, even when they seem impertinent. People appreciate honesty more than we generally assume. Before Dorothy could respond to this observation, the sound of rapid footsteps on the garden path drew their attention to the window. Peter Walsh appeared at the gate, his usual calm demeanour replaced by obvious agitation. He knocked, with the urgent rhythm of someone bearing news that couldn't wait for proper social timing. Dorothy hurried to answer the door, and Miss Marple could hear low, urgent voices in the hallway, before both Peter and her great niece appeared in the breakfast-room doorway. Peter's face was flushed from hurried travel, and his cap sat askew on his brown hair, as if he'd been running his hands through it. "Begging your pardon for the early call, Mrs. Raymond," he said, though his attention quickly shifted to Miss Marple. "Miss Marple, I thought you should know. There's been another incident, and this one's got the whole village stirred up proper." Miss Marple gestured toward an empty chair. "Please sit down and catch your breath." "Dorothy, perhaps some tea for Mr. Walsh." Peter accepted both the chair and the offer gratefully, though his obvious agitation made sitting still a challenge. "It's about the bridge, miss. The old stone bridge over Willow Creek that's been there since Roman times. You know the one that developed that crack last week?" Miss Marple nodded. She had walked across that bridge just yesterday on her way to meet Mrs. Blackthorne, and had noted the significant fissure that ran diagonally across its ancient stones. Has the damage worsened? Worse than that, miss? The bridge collapsed entirely sometime during the night, just fell into the creek, like it was made of sand instead of stone that stood for centuries. Peter accepted the teacup Dorothy offered with hands that shook slightly. But here's the thing that's got everyone talking. Mrs. Blackthorne was seen near the bridge yesterday evening just after sunset. Mrs. Ashford was coming back from visiting her sister when she spotted a figure in a dark cloak walking along the creek bank. Miss Marple felt her eyebrows rise. Mrs. Ashford was quite certain it was Mrs. Blackthorne. Peter's expression grew uncomfortable. Well, that's just it, miss. She couldn't see the person's face clearly in the twilight, and she admits the figure was some distance away. But who else in Willow Hollow wears a dark cloak and walks alone in the evening mist? And the timing. He gestured helplessly. Mrs. Ashford saw this figure around 7 o'clock, and the bridge must have collapsed sometime before dawn, because young Billy Morrison found the rubble when he went to check his fishing lines at first light. Dorothy set down her own teacup with a slight tremor. Peter, you're not seriously suggesting that Mrs. Blackthorne somehow caused a Roman bridge to collapse? That's impossible. Is it? Peter's voice carried the strain of someone grappling with ideas that challenged everything he thought he knew about the world. I mean, if you'd told me a month ago that Farmer Hensley's prize bull would go mad with terror for no reason, or that a 300-year-old oak would choose the exact moment of Timothy Walsh's passing to fall across the road, I'd have said that was impossible too. But it happened, didn't it? And now we've got a Roman bridge that stood through wars and floods and God knows what else, and it decides to crumble the very night after the village witch takes an evening stroll. Miss Marple absorbed this information while studying the young man's earnest, worried face. Fear, she reflected, had a peculiar ability to transform coincidence into causation, and Peter Walsh was clearly struggling with the implications of events that his rational mind couldn't quite accept or dismiss. I think, she said gently, that I should very much like to examine this bridge, or what remains of it. Would you be willing to show me the way? Peter's relief at having something concrete to do was almost palpable. Of course, miss. Though I should warn you there's quite a crowd gathered already. Word spread through the village like wildfire, and everyone's got opinions about what it means. The walk to the collapse bridge took them through the heart of Willow Hollow, and Miss Marple could see immediately that Peter's description of village agitation had been, if anything, understated. People clustered in small groups outside shops and houses, their conversations urgent and punctuated by nervous glances toward the direction of Willow Creek. Children who would normally be playing in the street stayed close to their mothers, and even the village dogs seemed subdued, staying near their homes instead of making their usual territorial rounds. Mrs. Pemberton emerged from her bakery as they passed, her flour-dusted apron suggesting she'd been attempting to maintain normal routines despite the morning's excitement. "Miss Marple," she called, hurrying toward them with the determined steps of someone who had news to share. "I don't suppose you've heard about our latest calamity?" "Mr. Walsh was just telling us about the bridge," Miss Marple replied. "It must be quite a shock for the village." Mrs. Pemberton's round face creased with worry. "Shock isn't the word for it, miss. That bridge has been part of a Willow Hollow longer than any of us can remember. My grandmother used to tell stories about Roman soldiers crossing it, and now," she gestured helplessly, "now it's just a pile of rubble in the creek bed." "These old structures do sometimes succumb to age," Miss Marple observed mildly. "Perhaps the recent rains weakened the mortar." "That's what my husband said," Mrs. Pemberton admitted. "But then Mrs. Ashford told us about seeing that cloaked figure last evening and, well," she lowered her voice conspiratorially, "it does make you think, doesn't it? I mean, what are the odds of all these accidents happening one after another with a always somehow connected to each one?" Miss Marple tilted her head with polite interest. Has Mrs. Blackthorne been connected to all the incidents? Mrs. Pemberton paused, clearly thinking through the sequence of events. "Well, not directly, you understand, but there are patterns if you know how to look for them. The bull going mad happened the same day Mrs. Blackthorne was seen gathering herbs near Farmer Hensley's fields. The oak tree fell during a week when she'd been collecting bark from the old trees for her remedies, and now this bridge business with Mrs. Ashford citing Miss Marple noted the careful construction of these connections, how proximity in time or location had been transformed into causal relationships. It was a fascinating example of how the human mind sought patterns even when dealing with essentially random events, and how the presence of an obvious focal point could organise scattered coincidences into a seemingly coherent narrative. Of course, Mrs. Pemberton continued, there's also the matter of her knowing things she shouldn't know, like warning Tom about the mill wheel, or knowing where to find little Sarah when she went missing. It's as if she can see things that haven't happened yet, or know things about people that they haven't told anyone. They had reached the bridge site now, or rather the place where the bridge had stood. Miss Marple found herself looking down at what had indeed been a remarkable structure, reduced to tumbled stones and broken arches. The collapse had been thorough and dramatic, leaving only the foundation stones on either side of the creek to mark where travellers had crossed for nearly 2 millennia. A small crowd had gathered, maintaining the respectful distance that English people instinctively preserved around scenes of destruction. Miss Marple recognised several faces from her previous day's wanderings, though the expressions were universally more troubled than they had been during casual street encounters. Mr. Weatherby stood near the water's edge, poking at the rubble with his walking stick and shaking his head with the bewilderment of someone who had seen too many changes in one lifetime. 73 years I've been crossing this bridge, he was saying to anyone who would listen. Carried me to school as a boy, to church every Sunday, to work and back home again for more years than I care to count. And now look at it. Miss Marple approached him with the careful respect due to both his age and his obvious distress. I'm so sorry for your loss, Mr. Weatherby. It must be particularly difficult when something so permanent suddenly isn't. He looked up at her with rheumy eyes that held both sadness and confusion. That's just it, miss. Things like this aren't supposed to happen. Bridges don't just fall down for no reason, especially not bridges that have stood since before England was properly England. There has to be a cause, doesn't there? Something that explains it all. Miss Marple studied the fallen stones, noting how they had tumbled into the creek bed in what appeared to be a natural pattern of collapse. The ancient mortar had indeed given way, probably weakened by the combination of age, weather, and the subtle movements that affected all old structures over time. It was, she realised, exactly the sort of event that would have been mourned, but accepted in normal circumstances, attributed to the inevitable passage of time and the victory of entropy over human construction. But these were not normal circumstances. These were circumstances where fear had taken root and was actively seeking nourishment, where a perfectly explainable structural failure could be transformed into evidence of supernatural malevolence simply because it fit the narrative that the village had begun constructing around Mrs. Blackthorne. I wonder, she said thoughtfully, if anyone has examined the stones themselves for signs of what might have caused the collapse. Sometimes the evidence of natural processes is quite clear if you know what to look for. Peter Walsh, who had been listening to her conversation with Mr. Weatherby, gestured toward the water. Dr. Harrison from the next village came to look this morning, miss. He's something of an expert on old buildings, helps with restoration work for the church councils. He said the mortar had been deteriorating for years, probably accelerated by this summer's unusual weather patterns. How reassuring, Miss Marple said. Natural explanations are always so much more comforting than supernatural ones. But even as she spoke, she could see that natural explanations were not what the gathered villagers wanted to hear. There was something almost disappointing in their expressions, as if the promise of mystery and magic was more appealing than the mundane reality of old bridges succumbing to old age. Mrs. Ashford, a thin woman with sharp features and the alert expression of someone who prided herself on noticing details, others missed, approached their group with the purposeful stride of someone who had information to share. I've been thinking about what I saw last evening, she announced without preamble, and I'm more certain than ever that it was Mrs. Blackthorne walking along the creek. The way she moved the cut of that cloak, and especially the fact that she was carrying something. Miss Marple's attention sharpened. Carrying something, a bag or basket of some sort. I couldn't see it clearly in the twilight, but she definitely had something in her hands. And now, knowing what's happened to the bridge, Mrs. Ashford's expression suggested she felt vindicated in her suspicions. "What time did you say this was?" Miss Marple asked. "Just after 7, when the light was beginning to fade, but before full darkness. I was taking the long way home from my sister's cottage because the evening was so pleasant, and I happened to glance toward the creek." Mrs. Ashford's voice grew more confident as she recounted her story. "At first I thought it was just a trick of the light, shadows moving in the mist. But then I realised it was a person, walking quite deliberately along the bank toward the bridge." Miss Marple absorbed this information while watching the water flow around and over the fallen stones. The creek ran shallow here, probably no more than 3 feet deep even in its centre, and the current was gentle enough that a person could wade across without much difficulty. The bridge's collapse, while symbolically significant, hadn't actually cut off access between the two sides of the village. "I don't suppose," she said carefully, "that you noticed which direction this person was walking, toward the bridge or away from it?" Mrs. Ashford frowned in concentration. "Toward it, I think. Yes, definitely toward it. And there was something about the way she moved. Purposeful, you know, not like someone taking a casual evening stroll, but like someone with a specific destination in mind." The implications of this observation rippled through the gathered crowd, like stones dropped in still water. If Mrs. Blackthorne had indeed been walking toward the bridge with purposeful intent just hours before its collapse, it seemed to provide exactly the sort of circumstantial evidence that transformed coincidence into conspiracy. Miss Marple found herself thinking about the woman she had met yesterday afternoon, remembering the intelligence in those dark eyes, and the careful way she had spoken about the village's tendency to prefer simple explanations for complex events. Evelyn Blackthorne had seemed far too sophisticated to engage in dramatic gestures like destroying ancient bridges, but then again, desperate people sometimes chose desperate measures. The question was whether Mrs. Blackthorne was desperate, and if so, what might have driven her to such extremes. "Well," said a new voice, and Miss Marple turned to see a man she didn't recognise approaching the group. He was perhaps 40 years old, well dressed in the manner of someone who dealt with money or property, and his expression carried the confident authority of someone accustomed to having his opinions respected. "I think we all know what needs to be done about this situation." Peter Walsh straightened with obvious discomfort. "Mr. Bradshaw, I don't think—" "Oh, but I do think," Peter the newcomer replied smoothly. "I think it's time this village stopped pretending that a series of dangerous accidents is simply a matter of bad luck." He gestured toward the collapsed bridge with theatrical emphasis. "How many more people need to be put at risk before we acknowledge that we have a problem that requires decisive action?" Miss Marple studied this Mr. Bradshaw with the careful attention she reserved for people who appointed themselves leaders during times of crisis. There was something about his manner that suggested he had been waiting for exactly this moment when fear and frustration would make the village receptive to strong leadership and simple solutions. "And what sort of action do you propose?" she asked mildly. Bradshaw's smile was confident and slightly condescending. "Well, clearly we need to have a proper investigation into these incidents. Formal questions asked, official reports filed, and if necessary, legal action taken to protect the community." He paused dramatically. "I've already spoken to the constable about the situation, and he's agreed to pay a visit to Mrs. Blackthorne this afternoon. Just to ask a few questions, you understand, but it's a start." The crowd murmured with approval, and Miss Marple could see how the promise of official action appealed to people who felt helpless in the face of inexplicable events. There was comfort in the idea that authority figures would take charge and restore order to a situation that seemed to be spiralling beyond local control. But there was also danger in such approaches, particularly when fear rather than evidence was driving the investigation. Miss Marple had seen too many cases where official interference had made complex situations worse, especially when the officials involved were more interested in providing reassurance than discovering truth. As the crowd began to disperse, energized by the prospect of official action and the satisfaction of having identified a clear course of response, Miss Marple found herself thinking about Mrs. Blackthorne sitting in her isolated cottage, probably unaware that forces were gathering around her like storm clouds on a previously clear horizon. The morning sun continued to shine down on Willow Hollow, with serene indifference to human concerns, but Miss Marple could feel the change in atmosphere as surely as she could sense the approach of weather. The village had crossed some invisible threshold during the night, moving from suspicion to certainty, from whispered speculation to demands for action. And somewhere in her peaceful cottage by the creek, Evelyn Blackthorne was about to discover that being different in a frightened community was a luxury that few could afford for long. The question now was whether the truth about these mysterious accidents would emerge before fear and official authority combined to create an injustice that would haunt Willow Hollow long after the immediate crisis had passed. Miss Marple adjusted her gloves and handbag, preparing for what she suspected would be a very interesting afternoon indeed. The afternoon sky had taken on that peculiar quality of English autumn light that seemed to filter through layers of pearl and amber, casting everything in a gentle glow that made even the most ordinary scenes appear touched with magic. Miss Marple made her way along the now familiar path beside Willow Creek, noting how different the landscape felt in the wake of the morning's revelations. The absence of the ancient bridge created an unexpected gap in the visual harmony of the scene, like a missing tooth in an otherwise perfect smile, and she found herself pausing to study the tumbled stones that had once carried Roman legions across these same waters. The village behind her hummed with the subdued energy of collective anxiety, and she had deliberately chosen this time for her walk, while most residents would be absorbed in afternoon routines and the latest discussions about official investigations. The constable's pending visit to Mrs. Blackthorne had been the primary topic of conversation during her brief stop at the post office, where she had ostensibly come to purchase stamps, but had actually gathered intelligence about the village's current emotional temperature. What she had learned there had been both illuminating and concerning. The narrative around Mrs. Blackthorne had crystallised overnight into something approaching certainty in many minds, with the bridge collapse serving as the final piece of evidence needed to transform suspicion into conviction. Mrs. Pemberton had spoken of unnatural patterns and too many coincidences, while Mr. Weatherby had muttered darkly about foreigners bringing foreign ways, despite having no evidence that Mrs. Blackthorne was anything other than thoroughly English. Most troubling of all had been the revelation that Mr. Bradshaw had apparently been corresponding with authorities in the county seat, describing what he termed a pattern of suspicious activities requiring professional investigation. The prospect of the outside officials arriving with preconceived notions and limited understanding of village dynamics struck Miss Marple as a recipe for injustice, particularly when the accused party appeared to have no advocates among the local population. The path curved away from the collapsed bridge site, following the creek's meandering course toward the wilder country, where Mrs. Blackthorne had chosen to make her home. Here, the cultivated order of village gardens gave way to something more ancient and less controlled, where old willows dipped their branches into dark water, and the air carried scents of wild herbs and distant moorland. It was the sort of landscape that had probably looked much the same when the Romans first crossed this valley, and Miss Marple found something profoundly comforting in its timeless quality. As she approached the cottage, she could see smoke rising from the chimney in a steady, peaceful stream that spoke of domestic tranquility rather than supernatural machinations. The herb garden appeared even more beautiful in afternoon light, with late-blooming flowers adding unexpected splashes of colour among the more practical plantings, and she caught glimpses of movement that resolved into several cats engaged in the serious business of afternoon hunting among the foliage. Mrs. Blackthorne emerged from what appeared to be a small greenhouse, or conservatory, attached to the cottage's eastern wall, carrying a tray of seedling pots, and moving with the unhurried grace of someone absorbed in work she genuinely enjoyed. She wore a simple brown dress today, practical and well cut, with a gardening apron that showed evidence of recent contact with earth and growing things. Her dark hair was pinned back loosely, allowing a few strands to escape and catch the light, and her expression held the peaceful concentration of someone who had found her proper place in the world. Miss Marple approached the garden gate with the careful courtesy due to someone who might or might not welcome visitors, but convinced her that subtlety was a luxury they could no longer afford. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Blackthorne," she called softly, not wanting to startle someone who was probably already feeling the pressure of village scrutiny. Mrs. Blackthorne looked up from her seedlings with the alert attention of someone who had learned to be cautious about unexpected visitors. Her expression registered recognition, followed by what appeared to be genuine pleasure at seeing a familiar face. "Miss Marple," she replied, setting down her tray and approaching the gate with careful steps. "How lovely to see you again. I was just thinking about our conversation yesterday and wondering if you discovered anything interesting about Mrs. Henderson's garden troubles." There was something in her tone that suggested the question carried more weight than casual curiosity, and Miss Marple found herself studying the other woman's face for signs of anxiety or guilt. What she saw instead was intelligence, wariness, and perhaps a touch of loneliness that spoke of someone who'd grown accustomed to being misunderstood. "Actually," Miss Marple said gently, "I was hoping we might continue that conversation. I've learned some rather disturbing things about the village's recent difficulties, and I suspect you might have insights that could prove valuable." Mrs. Blackthorne's expression grew more guarded, but she gestured toward the cottage with resigned politeness. "Of course. Would you care to come in for tea? I was just about to put the kettle on, and I find these sorts of conversations go better with proper refreshments." The cottage's interior proved as charming as its exterior had promised, with low-beamed ceilings and mullioned windows that created pools of golden light on polished wood floors. The main room served multiple purposes, combining sitting area, dining space, and what appeared to be a working area for botanical preparations. Books lined every available wall space, their leather bindings creating a warm tapestry of browns and golds, while dried herbs hung in fragrant bundles from the ceiling beams. Miss Marple found herself cataloguing details with the automatic efficiency of long practice. The books appeared to be an eclectic mixture of botanical texts, travel narratives, and what looked like academic treatises on subjects ranging from chemistry to archaeology. A writing desk near the largest window held neat stacks of correspondence, and what appeared to be research notes written in several different hands, while a corner table displayed an impressive collection of botanical specimens preserved in glass containers. "Please, make yourself comfortable," Mrs. Blackthorne said, gesturing toward a pair of chairs positioned near the fireplace, where a cheerful blaze took the chill off the afternoon air. "I'll have tea ready in just a moment." Miss Marple settled into one of the chairs, noting how it had been positioned to take advantage of both firelight and natural illumination from the windows. The cottage felt like the home of someone who valued both comfort and functionality, where every object had been chosen for purpose as well as beauty. There was nothing here that suggested the sort of dramatic mysticism that village imagination had attributed to its owner, unless one counted the impressive library of scientific texts as evidence of dangerous knowledge. "I hope you don't mind my saying," Miss Marple observed, as Mrs. Blackthorne returned with a tea service that would have done credit to any proper English drawing room, "that your home is quite different from what I expected based on village descriptions." Mrs. Blackthorne's smile held a mixture of amusement and resignation. "I imagine the village descriptions involve considerably more crystal balls and bubbling cauldrons than the reality provides. People do seem to prefer their witches appropriately theatrical." She poured tea with the precise movements of someone who took the ritual seriously. "Sugar milk. I'm afraid I can't offer anything more exotic than good English breakfast tea, despite what some might assume about my beverage preferences." Miss Marple accepted her cup with appreciation, noting the delicate china and the fact that the tea was perfectly brewed. "I've found that reality is usually far more interesting than fiction, though admittedly less dramatic. Your library, for instance, suggests interests that extend well beyond what one might expect of a rural recluse." "Ah, yes, the books." Mrs. Blackthorne followed Miss Marple's gaze toward the crowded shelves. "I'm afraid they're rather a dead giveaway about my past, aren't they? It's difficult to maintain the mystique of exotic foreignness when half one's collection consists of perfectly ordinary English academic texts." Miss Marple sipped her tea thoughtfully. "May I ask what brought you to Willow Hollow?" "It seems an unusual choice for someone with such obviously cosmopolitan interests." For a moment, Mrs. Blackthorn's composure seemed to waver, and Miss Marple caught a glimpse of something that might have been pain or regret flickering across her features. Then the careful courtesy returned, though perhaps with more effort than before. "I taught for many years at a women's college," she said quietly, settling into the chair opposite Miss Marple's. "Botany and natural sciences, with particular emphasis on the traditional uses of medicinal plants. It was work I loved, research that felt genuinely important, and colleagues who shared my passion for discovery." She paused, staring into the fire. "But the war changed many things, as I'm sure you understand. Institutions that had seemed permanent suddenly found themselves restructuring their priorities." Miss Marple nodded with sympathetic understanding. "The Great War had indeed changed many things, not least the opportunities available to educated women who had briefly found doors opening during the crisis, only to see them closing again as men returned and traditional roles were reasserted. Budget constraints, I suppose," she said gently. "Among other things." Mrs. Blackthorn's tone suggested there had been complications beyond simple financial considerations. There were also questions about the appropriateness of certain research directions, particularly studies that dealt with traditional healing practices that hadn't received official medical approval. Some of my colleagues felt that such work was becoming too controversial for a respectable academic institution. Miss Marple began to see the outlines of a story that was both more mundane and more poignant than village speculation had suggested. Here was not a mysterious foreign witch, but a displaced academic, someone whose expertise had become politically inconvenient in a world growing increasingly wary of unconventional knowledge. "So you came here seeking peace and the opportunity to continue your research privately?" Something like that. Mrs. Blackthorn's smile was rueful. "I thought a small village would appreciate someone with practical knowledge of plant medicine, and that I could pursue my studies without institutional interference. I hadn't anticipated that scholarly isolation might be interpreted as something more sinister." The admission hung in the air between them, and Miss Marple felt her heart go out to this woman who had apparently committed no greater crime than being intellectually curious in a world that had grown suspicious of intellectual curiosity. The irony of the situation was not lost on her. Mrs. Blackthorn had sought refuge from academic narrow-mindedness, only to encounter an even more primitive form of prejudice in rural England. "I'm afraid," Miss Marple said carefully, "that your timing regarding recent village troubles has been rather unfortunate. People are looking for explanations, and when explanations are scarce, they sometimes settle for scapegoats." Mrs. Blackthorn set down her teacup with deliberate precision. "Yes, I've gathered as much from the way conversations cease when I enter shops, and the fact that children have started crossing the street to avoid passing too close to my gate." Her voice remained level, but Miss Marple detected the hurt underlying the composure. "I suppose it was inevitable, really. A woman living alone, pursuing unusual interests in a community where everyone has known everyone else for generations. I must have seemed like a particularly convenient target when things began going wrong." "About those things going wrong," Miss Marple said gently, "I wonder if you might share your thoughts on the recent accidents. Your scientific background might provide insights that others have missed." Mrs. Blackthorn was quiet for a long moment, and Miss Marple could see her weighing the wisdom of candid discussion against the risks of providing information that might be misinterpreted. Finally, she rose and moved to the writing desk, returning with a leather-bound notebook that she opened to pages filled with neat handwriting and precise sketches. "I've been keeping records," she said simply. Partly from old academic habits, and partly because the pattern of incidents seemed unusual. She handed the notebook to Miss Marple. "Not supernatural, you understand, but not entirely random either." Miss Marple accepted the notebook with interest, finding herself looking at what appeared to be a systematic analysis of the village's recent troubles. Each incident had been documented with scientific precision dates, times, weather conditions, potential causes, and what Mrs. Blackthorn termed anomalous factors that didn't fit natural explanations. "This is quite thorough," Miss Marple observed, studying the careful diagrams and detailed observations. "I notice you've included some incidents I haven't heard discussed in the village. Yes, well, people tend to remember the dramatic events and forget the smaller ones, especially when they're constructing narratives about supernatural interference. Mrs. Blackthorne leaned forward, pointing to a particular entry. But if you look at the complete pattern, some interesting details emerge. Miss Marple followed her finger to a series of entries documenting what appeared to be minor acts of vandalism and petty theft that had preceded the more dramatic accidents. Someone had been systematically damaging property and removing small items from various locations around the village, always in ways that might initially be attributed to animal interference or natural causes. You think these smaller incidents are connected to the major accidents? I think, Mrs. Blackthorne said carefully, that someone has been very cleverly laying groundwork, creating an atmosphere of unease and unexplained events that would make dramatic incidents seem like natural escalations rather than deliberate acts. She turned to another page. Look at the timing. Each major accident was preceded by several minor disturbances in the same general area, almost as if someone were testing responses and refining techniques. Miss Marple studied the data with growing fascination. Viewed this way, the pattern of village troubles looked less like random misfortune or supernatural intervention, and more like a carefully orchestrated campaign designed to create specific effects. The question was what those effects were intended to accomplish, and who might benefit from the resulting atmosphere of fear and suspicion. Have you shared these observations with anyone else? Mrs. Blackthorne's laugh held no humour. With whom? The village constable who believes I'm some sort of malevolent sorceress. The villagers who cross themselves when they see me coming. I'm hardly in a position to present evidence that requires people to think systematically about complicated possibilities when they have already settled on a simple explanation that satisfies their need for certainty. Before Miss Marple could respond, the sound of approaching voices outside drew their attention to the cottage windows. Through the glass they could see a small group walking up the path toward the garden gate. The village constable, Mr. Bradshaw, and two men Miss Marple didn't recognise who carried themselves with the official bearing of authority figures from outside the immediate community. Mrs. Blackthorne rose quietly, her composure intact but her expression resigned. It appears my afternoon is about to become considerably more eventful, she observed. I don't suppose you'd be willing to stay for what promises to be a rather uncomfortable conversation. I suspect I'm about to have need of a witness who isn't already convinced of my guilt. Miss Marple closed the notebook and handed it back with careful deliberation. I think, she said firmly, that would be an excellent idea. After all, I've always been curious about how official investigations proceed, particularly when they're based more on village gossip than actual evidence. The knock on the cottage door came with the heavy authority of law enforcement, and Mrs. Blackthorne moved to answer it, with the dignity of someone who had decided to meet whatever came with grace and honesty. Miss Marple positioned herself where she could observe the proceedings while remaining unobtrusive, her sharp eyes already cataloguing the expressions and attitudes of the men who had come to question the village witch. Constable Morrison was a large, uncomfortable-looking man who clearly wished he were anywhere else, but investigating supernatural allegations against a respectable-seeming woman. Mr. Bradshaw stood behind him, with the satisfied expression of someone who felt vindicated in his suspicions, while the two strangers examined the cottage interior with the systematic attention of professionals evaluating a potential crime scene. Mrs. Blackthorne, the constable, began formally, I'm here to ask you some questions about recent incidents in the village. These gentlemen are from the county police and they'll be observing our conversation. Of course, Mrs. Blackthorne replied politely. Please come in. Miss Marple and I were just having tea. I'm afraid you've caught us in rather domestic circumstances. The presence of Miss Marple clearly hadn't been expected, and she could see the officials exchanging glances as they tried to assess whether her presence complicated their intended approach. Mr. Bradshaw's expression suggested particular disappointment at finding a witness who might not be sympathetic to their mission. Perhaps one of the county men suggested the lady might prefer to leave us to conduct our business privately. Miss Marple smiled, with gentle determination. How kind of you to be concerned, but I find police procedures quite fascinating. I do hope you don't mind my staying. I promise to be very quiet and not interfere with your important work. The dismissal had been politely but firmly rejected, and Miss Marple could see that the officials were now forced to conduct their, interrogation in the presence of someone who might actually pay attention to their methods and conclusions. It was exactly the sort of complication that bullies disliked, and she settled back in her chair with the serene confidence of someone who intended to observe justice being done properly or not at all. Constable Morrison cleared his throat uncomfortably and began asking questions about Mrs. Blackthorne's whereabouts during various recent incidents, while Mr. Bradshaw added pointed observations about suspicious behaviour, and the county men took notes with the mechanical efficiency of bureaucrats processing routine paperwork. But Miss Marple's attention was already moving beyond the immediate drama to the larger questions that Mrs. Blackthorne's notebook had raised. If the village troubles were indeed the result of deliberate manipulation, rather than supernatural intervention, then someone was working very hard to ensure that blame fell on the most convenient target. The question was, who had both the opportunity and the motive to orchestrate such an elaborate deception, and what they hoped to accomplish by destroying the reputation and possibly the freedom of an innocent woman whose only crime was being different in a community that had grown afraid of difference. As the official questions continued, Miss Marple found herself thinking about patterns within patterns, and the curious fact that elaborate conspiracies often succeeded not because they were particularly clever, but because they gave people exactly what they wanted to believe. In Willow Hollow, it seemed, someone had provided the village with a perfect witch at exactly the moment when witches were desperately needed to explain the inexplicable. The afternoon light continued to slant through the cottage windows, and somewhere in its golden patterns Miss Marple was quite certain lay the key to a mystery that was far more earthly and far more dangerous than anyone yet suspected. The official interrogation proceeded with the awkward formality of bureaucracy meeting village superstition, while afternoon shadows lengthened across the cottage floor and the fire crackled peacefully in the hearth. Miss Marple maintained her position as silent observer, watching the interplay of personalities and noting how each participant's agenda shaped their approach to what should have been a straightforward fact-finding mission. Constable Morrison, clearly out of his depth when dealing with allegations that verged on the supernatural, stuck to basic questions about Mrs. Blackthorne's whereabouts during specific incidents. His discomfort was palpable as he asked about her presence near Farmer Hensley's fields on the day the bull went mad, her collection of bark from old trees during the week the oak fell, and most pointedly, her evening walk along the creek the night before the bridge collapsed. Mrs. Blackthorne answered each question with calm precision, never volunteering more information than requested, but never appearing evasive. Yes, she had been gathering wild herbs near the Hensley property, as she did regularly throughout the growing season. Yes, she collected bark for medicinal preparations, though always with the landowner's permission, and never in quantities that would harm the trees. And yes, she had walked along the creek that evening, as was her custom when the weather was pleasant, and she needed time to think. Mr. Bradshaw interjected frequently with pointed observations about the suspicious nature of these activities, his tone suggesting that herb gathering and evening walks were somehow inherently sinister when undertaken by someone of Mrs. Blackthorne's reputation. The county investigators took notes with mechanical efficiency, their expressions suggesting they found the whole proceeding somewhat beneath their usual concerns, but were determined to fulfil their professional obligations. Miss Marple found herself studying Mr. Bradshaw with particular interest as the questioning continued. There was something about his eagerness to establish Mrs. Blackthorne's guilt that went beyond simple civic concern, and she noticed how he consistently steered the conversation toward the most dramatic interpretation of every piece of evidence. When Mrs. Blackthorne mentioned her practice of warning neighbours about potential dangers she observed, Bradshaw immediately characterised this as unnatural knowledge, rather than simple attentiveness to environmental conditions. The thing is, Bradshaw was saying, leaning forward with the enthusiasm of someone making a crucial point, normal people don't just happen to know when accidents are about to occur. Normal people don't have explanations for every suspicious coincidence. And normal people certainly don't maintain the sort of unusual library we see here. He gestured toward the botanical texts with obvious distaste. One of the county men, a thin fellow with sharp features and the patient expression of someone accustomed to sorting fact from fiction, looked up from his notes. What exactly do you mean by unusual, Mr. Bradshaw? From what I can see, these appear to be standard academic texts on botanical science. Bradshaw's face flushed slightly. Well, yes. But it's not what you'd expect from a typical village resident, is it? Books on plant chemistry, traditional medicine, foreign healing practices. It's exactly the sort of knowledge someone would need to. He trailed off, apparently realizing that completing his thought would require him to openly accuse Mrs. Blackthorne of using botanical knowledge for malevolent purposes, which even in the current atmosphere might sound rather far-fetched to professional investigators. Mrs. Blackthorne set down her teacup with deliberate care. I'm curious, Mr. Bradshaw, about your apparent familiarity with my personal library. I don't recall inviting you into my home to examine my reading materials. The question landed with the quiet force of a stone dropped into still water. Bradshaw's flush deepened, and Miss Marple noticed how his eyes darted toward the windows, as if seeking escape from an unexpectedly direct challenge. Well, that is, anyone passing by could see. He fumbled for words that would explain his detailed knowledge without admitting to behaviour that might be considered intrusive. Constable Morrison cleared his throat uncomfortably. Now, Mrs. Blackthorne, there's no need to take that tone. Mr. Bradshaw is simply trying to help us understand the situation. But Miss Marple had caught the significance of the exchange. Bradshaw's knowledge of Mrs. Blackthorne's possessions suggested closer observation than casual neighbourly interest would account for, and his defensive reaction indicated awareness that such observation might not be entirely legal or ethical. Of course, Mrs. Blackthorne replied smoothly. I simply find it interesting that my reading habits have attracted such detailed attention. Perhaps Mr. Bradshaw could explain what particular books he finds so concerning? The question forced Bradshaw to either admit the extent of his surveillance or retreat from his accusations, and Miss Marple watched with professional appreciation as Mrs. Blackthorne used the investigator's own methods to turn the interrogation in an unexpected direction. I don't think, the second county investigator interjected, that we need to focus on personal libraries when we have more concrete matters to discuss. He consulted his notes with bureaucratic efficiency. Mrs. Blackthorne, several witnesses have reported seeing you in the vicinity of various incidents shortly before they occurred. Can you explain these coincidences? Mrs. Blackthorne's expression grew thoughtful. I suppose it depends on how one defines vicinity, and shortly before. I walk regularly throughout the area, often carrying my collecting basket, and I've lived here long enough to know which locations are prone to particular types of problems. What sort of problems? The investigator asked. The sorts that come from neglecting basic maintenance and ignoring obvious warning signs, Mrs. Blackthorne replied calmly. The mill wheel, for instance, had been making unusual sounds for weeks before it finally failed. The oak tree showed clear signs of root rot if anyone had bothered to examine it closely. And the bridge. She paused, choosing her words carefully. Well, anyone familiar with Roman construction techniques could see that the mortar was failing. Miss Marple felt a tingle of recognition. Here was someone speaking with the authority of actual knowledge rather than speculation, and she could see how such expertise might be simultaneously valuable and threatening to a community that preferred simple explanations to complex realities. You seem remarkably well informed about structural engineering for someone whose background is in botanical science, Bradshaw observed, with barely concealed skepticism. Mrs. Blackthorne's smile was patient but strained. Archaeological excavation was part of my academic training, Mr. Bradshaw. When you've spent years documenting ancient building techniques and analysing why certain structures survive, while others fail, you develop an eye for the signs of impending collapse. The revelation added another layer to Mrs. Blackthorne's qualifications, and Miss Marple could see how a combination of botanical knowledge, archaeological training, and years of careful observation would indeed enable someone to predict certain types of failures that others might miss. It also explained why someone with her background might choose to live in an area rich with historical remnants and traditional plant communities. But it also raised uncomfortable questions about why such obviously qualified expertise had been interpreted as supernatural knowledge rather than professional competence. Miss Marple was beginning to suspect that the answer had less to do with Mrs. Blackthorne's actual behaviour and more to do with someone else's need to control how that behaviour was perceived. All very convenient, Bradshaw muttered, though his tone suggested he was beginning to realise that his accusations were looking less convincing as Mrs. Blackthorne provided reasonable explanations for each piece of supposed evidence. The thin county investigator consulted his notes again. Mrs. Blackthorne, we understand that you've had limited social interaction with village residents since your arrival. Some people have interpreted this as unfriendly behaviour that might indicate hostility toward the community. I see. Mrs. Blackthorne's voice remained level, but Miss Marple detected the hurt underlying her composure. And what would these same people say if I had immediately inserted myself into their established social patterns? Would they have welcomed the outsider who presumed to join their tea circles and church committees without invitation? The question highlighted one of the impossible paradoxes that often trapped newcomers in small communities: remain aloof and be accused of unfriendliness, or participate actively and be accused of presumption. Mrs. Blackthorne had clearly chosen the path that seemed most respectful of existing social boundaries, only to discover that respectful distance could be reinterpreted as suspicious isolation. Miss Marple decided it was time to inject a voice of reason into the proceedings. If I may, she said gently, I've lived in small villages all my life, and I've observed that newcomers often face rather contradictory expectations. They're expected to be friendly but not forward, helpful but not intrusive, interesting but not too different. It's quite a delicate balance to strike. The county investigators looked at her with the polite attention due to an elderly lady who had been quietly observing their work, while Constable Morrison nodded with the recognition of someone familiar with village social dynamics. Bradshaw's expression suggested he found her intervention unwelcome. With respect, miss, the thin investigator began. Marple, Jane Marple, I'm visiting my great-niece in the village. With respect, Miss Marple, we're trying to establish facts about specific incidents, not discuss the general challenges of rural social integration. Miss Marple smiled with deceptive mildness. Of course. Though I do wonder if the facts might be clearer if we understood the social context in which they're being interpreted. For instance, I'm curious about the timing of these accusations. Mrs. Blackthorne has lived here for 5 years, yet the concerns about her behaviour seem to have emerged only recently. What changed? It was a question that went to the heart of the matter, and Miss Marple could see how it forced everyone in the room to confront the logical inconsistency of their assumptions. If Mrs. Blackthorne was indeed responsible for supernatural interference, why had she waited years to begin her campaign of mysterious accidents? The county investigators exchanged glances, clearly recognising the validity of the point. Constable Morrison shifted uncomfortably, perhaps realising that he hadn't considered the timeline carefully. But it was Bradshaw's reaction that Miss Marple found most interesting. A flash of something that might have been irritation, or even panic, before he regained his composure. Obviously, Bradshaw said quickly, these sorts of abilities might develop over time. Or perhaps she's been conducting small experiments, building up to more dramatic demonstrations. Mrs. Blackthorne's eyebrows rose with polite scepticism. Experiments? Are you suggesting that I've been using the residents of Willow Hollow as test subjects for some sort of supernatural research project? The absurdity of the accusation when stated plainly seemed to strike even the investigators, and Miss Marple noticed how the thin county man actually suppressed what might have been a smile. The gap between dramatic village rumours and the reality of a calm, articulate woman discussing botanical science in her book-lined cottage was becoming increasingly apparent. Perhaps the second investigator suggested we should focus on more concrete evidence. Have there been any direct witnesses to Mrs. Blackthorne engaging in suspicious activities, any physical evidence of intentional interference with the sites where accidents occurred? Constable Morrison consulted his own notes, looking increasingly uncomfortable. Well, sir, we have Mrs. Ashford's sighting of someone near the bridge, but she admits she couldn't see the face clearly. And the other incidents, well, they mostly involve people noticing Mrs. Blackthorne in the general area around the time problems developed. Circumstantial evidence, the investigator observed. Has anyone actually seen Mrs. Blackthorne doing anything that could be described as harmful or illegal? The silence that followed was illuminating. Despite weeks of speculation and growing certainty about Mrs. Blackthorn's guilt, no one had apparently witnessed any actual wrongdoing. The entire case was built on coincidence, timing, and the assumption that someone who lived differently must therefore be dangerous. Miss Marple seized the opportunity to ask the question that had been forming in her mind since the investigation began. I wonder if anyone has considered whether these incidents might have natural explanations that don't require supernatural intervention, or even, she paused delicately, whether they might be the result of very earthly interference by someone who benefits from having blame directed elsewhere. The suggestion landed like a stone through a window. Bradshaw's face went white, then flushed red, and his hands clenched involuntarily before he forced them to relax. The county investigators looked up from their notes with sudden sharp attention, while Constable Morrison appeared to be wrestling with possibilities he'd never considered. "That's a very serious accusation," the thin investigator said slowly. "Oh, I'm not making any accusations," Miss Marple replied with gentle innocence. "I'm simply observing that when we have a series of incidents that could be explained by deliberate sabotage, it might be worth investigating who had access to the affected locations and who might benefit from the resulting atmosphere of fear and suspicion." Mrs. Blackthorn was watching the exchange with growing comprehension, and Miss Marple could see understanding dawning in her intelligent eyes. The notebook full of careful observations had documented patterns that suggested deliberate manipulation, but it had taken an outsider's perspective to recognise that the manipulation might extend beyond the incidents themselves to include the process of assigning blame. "I think," Mrs. Blackthorn said quietly, "that Miss Marple has raised some very important questions. Questions that might be better answered by examining physical evidence at the incident sites, rather than speculating about my reading habits or walking patterns." Bradshaw stood abruptly, his chair scraping against the cottage floor. "This is ridiculous. We came here to investigate legitimate concerns about dangerous activities, not to listen to wild theories about conspiracies." His voice carried a note of panic that Miss Marple found extremely interesting. "No one mentioned conspiracies, Mr. Bradshaw," she observed mildly, "though your reaction suggests you find the possibility particularly disturbing. I wonder why that might be." The question hung in the air like incense, heavy with implication. The county investigators were now watching Bradshaw with the same attention they had previously focused on Mrs. Blackthorn, and Miss Marple could see professional suspicion beginning to replace bureaucratic routine in their expressions. "I think," the thin investigator said slowly, "that we need to expand our inquiry somewhat. Mrs. Blackthorn, would you be willing to accompany us to examine the sites where these incidents occurred? Your expertise in structural analysis might prove valuable." Mrs. Blackthorn nodded gracefully. "Of course, though I should mention that I've already documented several anomalies that might interest you." She gestured toward her research notebook, particularly evidence of deliberate interference at sites that were supposedly affected by natural phenomena. As the group prepared to leave the cottage, Miss Marple noticed how Bradshaw's earlier confidence had evaporated, replaced by the nervous energy of someone whose careful plans were beginning to unravel. She found herself thinking about the curious psychology of conspiracies, how they often succeeded not through cleverness, but through the manipulation of human weakness, fear, prejudice, and the desperate need for simple explanations in a complex world. The afternoon was drawing toward evening as they walked back along the creek path, but the golden light seemed somehow clearer than before, as if recent revelations had burned away some of the mist of confusion that had shrouded Willow Hollow's recent troubles. Ahead of them the village waited with its mixture of ancient stones and modern anxieties, its careful gardens and hidden secrets. And somewhere among those secrets, Miss Marple was quite certain lay the very earthly truth behind what the village had been determined to see as supernatural mystery. The question now was whether that truth would emerge before fear and official procedure combined to destroy an innocent woman whose only crime was being different in a place where difference had become dangerous. Behind them, Mrs. Blackthorn's cottage settled into evening tranquillity, its windows glowing with warm lamplight, and its herb garden releasing the day's accumulated fragrances into the cooling air. It looked exactly like what it was, the peaceful home of someone who had sought solitude and found persecution instead. But ahead of them, Miss Marple suspected lay revelations that would prove far more disturbing than any village witch could ever be. The evening light cast long shadows across the village as their unusual procession made its way toward the first of the incident sites. Word of the official investigation's unexpected turn had somehow travelled ahead of them, as news always did in small communities, and Miss Marple noticed how curtains twitched at windows and conversations ceased on doorsteps as they passed. The atmosphere had shifted from the morning certainty about Mrs. Blackthorn's guilt to something more complex, a mixture of curiosity, confusion, and perhaps the first stirrings of doubt about the narrative that had seemed so convincing just hours before. Mrs. Blackthorn walked beside the county investigators with quiet dignity, carrying her research notebook and pointing out details that only someone with her specialised knowledge would notice. Her transformation from suspected witch to consulting expert had been so complete that Miss Marple found herself marvelling at the human capacity for rapid reassessment when presented with compelling new information. The same woman who had been viewed with fear and suspicion that morning was now being treated with the respect due to someone whose expertise might solve rather than create problems. Mr. Bradshaw trailed behind the group, his earlier enthusiasm for the investigation replaced by obvious reluctance to participate in what had become a far more thorough examination than he had apparently anticipated. Miss Marple made a point of staying close enough to observe his reactions as they approached each site, noting how his discomfort seemed to increase with every step they took toward the accumulated evidence of deliberate manipulation. Their first stop was Mrs. Henderson's garden, where the devastated flower beds provided stark evidence of the mysterious overnight blight that had destroyed months of careful cultivation. In the golden evening light, the destruction looked even more dramatic than it had that morning, with blackened stalks and scattered petals creating a scene that might have been painted by an artist specialising in Gothic romanticism. Mrs. Blackthorn knelt beside the damaged plants with the careful attention of someone accustomed to reading evidence that others might miss. She examined the soil, the pattern of destruction, and the condition of plants that had survived the mysterious attack, taking notes and making quick sketches while the investigators watched with professional interest. "The damage pattern is quite revealing," she said, looking up from her examination. "Notice how the destruction follows very precise lines, almost as if someone had applied a chemical agent in specific patterns rather than allowing natural disease or pest damage to spread organically." The thin county investigator crouched beside her. What sort of chemical agent might produce this effect? "Salt solution would be the most obvious choice," Mrs. Blackthorn replied, brushing soil from her fingers. "Concentrated enough to kill plant tissue on contact, but not so exotic as to be difficult to obtain. Any household could produce the necessary quantity simply by dissolving ordinary table salt in water." Miss Marple watched Bradshaw's face as Mrs. Blackthorn provided this explanation, noting how his expression grew increasingly tight with what appeared to be suppressed panic. When the investigator asked whether there would be any remaining evidence of salt application, and Mrs. Blackthorn suggested testing the soil for elevated sodium levels, Bradshaw actually took a step backward, as if preparing to retreat from the conversation entirely. "Of course," Mrs. Blackthorn continued, "applying such a solution would require careful planning. The perpetrator would need to know Mrs. Henderson's routine well enough to ensure they wouldn't be interrupted, and they would need to work quickly to cover the entire garden before the salt began to take effect." She gestured toward the neat boundaries of the destruction. This wasn't random vandalism, it was a deliberate attempt to create maximum dramatic impact. Constable Morrison, who had been unusually quiet since leaving the cottage, cleared his throat uncertainly. "Mrs. Blackthorn, you seem to know quite a lot about how this might have been done." Mrs. Blackthorn smiled with patient understanding. "Constable, I spent years studying how various substances affect plant growth. It's rather like asking a doctor why they know so much about poison. The knowledge required to heal is often identical to the knowledge required to harm." The analogy seemed to resonate with the investigators, and Miss Marple could see how Mrs. Blackthorn's scientific approach to the evidence was gradually replacing superstitious speculation with rational analysis. But she could also see how Bradshaw's agitation was increasing, with each logical explanation that moved them further from supernatural mystery toward criminal investigation. Their next stop was the site where the ancient oak had fallen across the road, blocking Timothy Walsh's route to market in what had seemed like either supernatural intervention or remarkably poor timing. Here too, Mrs. Blackthorne's expertise revealed details that casual observation had missed. "The cut marks are quite clear once you know where to look," she said, pointing to places where the massive trunk showed scarring that didn't match the patterns of natural storm damage or age-related failure. Someone used a saw to weaken the tree systematically, cutting just deeply enough to ensure it would fall, but not so obviously that the sabotage would be immediately apparent. The second county investigator examined the marks with growing interest. This would have taken considerable time and effort, and knowledge of tree structure to ensure it fell in the right direction. "Indeed," Mrs. Blackthorne agreed, "and it would have required multiple visits to the site, since cutting too much at once would cause immediate collapse and reveal the artificial nature of the damage." She traced the cut marks with her finger. "I would estimate this took at least a week of careful work, probably done during early morning hours when the road traffic was minimal." Miss Marple found herself studying Bradshaw with increasing fascination as this explanation unfolded. His face had gone quite pale, and she noticed how he kept glancing toward the road as if calculating escape routes. When Mrs. Blackthorne mentioned that the perpetrator would need to be familiar with forestry techniques and have access to appropriate tools, Bradshaw's hands clenched involuntarily before he forced them to relax. "I don't suppose," Miss Marple said conversationally, "that anyone has checked whether Mr. Bradshaw owns the sort of saw that would be needed for this work, or whether he has experience with tree management." The question fell into the evening air like a stone into still water, creating ripples of uncomfortable silence. All eyes turned to Bradshaw, who stood frozen like a rabbit caught in lamplight, clearly unprepared for direct questioning about his own potential involvement in the incidents he had been so eager to blame on Mrs. Blackthorne. Why would you—" Bradshaw stammered. His earlier confidence completely evaporated. "This is outrageous. I'm the one who brought these problems to official attention. Why would I sabotage my own community?" "An excellent question," the thin investigator said slowly. "Why would you?" The shift in the investigation's focus was now complete. Where minutes before they had been examining evidence to confirm Mrs. Blackthorne's guilt, they were now looking at the same evidence through the lens of Bradshaw's potential culpability. And viewed from this new perspective, his intimate knowledge of incident details and his eagerness to direct blame toward the village outsider took on distinctly sinister implications. Mrs. Blackthorne was watching the exchange with the fascination of someone seeing academic theories proved in real-world application. "It's quite a clever scheme, really," she observed. "Create a series of dramatic incidents that appear supernatural, ensure that blame falls on the most convenient scapegoat, and meanwhile pursue whatever agenda the incidents were designed to facilitate." "What sort of agenda?" Constable Morrison asked, though his tone suggested he was beginning to develop his own suspicions about the answer. Miss Marple had been thinking about this question since the pattern of deliberate sabotage had become clear, and she was fairly certain she understood the underlying motive. "I suspect," she said gently, "that someone has been working to drive down property values in this area, or perhaps to discourage current residents from staying. Creating an atmosphere of fear and supernatural threat would certainly accomplish both objectives." The suggestion seemed to galvanize Bradshaw, who suddenly found his voice again. "That's absolutely ridiculous. Why would anyone want to? What possible benefit?" But his protest trailed off as he realized that denying the motive too vigorously might reveal knowledge he shouldn't possess. "Oh, I can think of several benefits," Mrs. Blackthorne said thoughtfully. "Lower property values would make it easier for outside investors to purchase land at bargain prices, and if residents could be convinced that the area was somehow cursed or dangerous, they might be more willing to sell to anyone offering immediate relief from their troubles." The investigators were taking notes again, but now their attention was focused on Bradshaw rather than Mrs. Blackthorne. Miss Marple could see how the logical framework of deliberate property manipulation was making far more sense to professional law enforcement than vague accusations about supernatural interference. "We should examine the bridge," Sight the thin investigator said, If this theory is correct, there should be evidence of sabotage there as well. The collapsed bridge site provided the most dramatic evidence yet of deliberate interference disguised as natural failure. In the growing twilight, the tumbled stones looked more mysterious than ever, but Mrs. Blackthorne's archaeological training allowed her to read the collapse pattern like a book written in stone and mortar. Roman construction was remarkably durable, she explained, moving carefully among the fallen blocks. This bridge should have lasted centuries longer with minimal maintenance, but someone has been systematically weakening the key structural points. She indicated places where mortar had been carefully removed and stones had been shifted just enough to compromise the overall stability. The work is quite sophisticated, she continued. Whoever did this understood both Roman engineering principles and modern demolition techniques. They knew exactly where to apply pressure to ensure dramatic collapse, while making it appear that age and weather were the culprits. Bradshaw had grown increasingly agitated as this analysis proceeded, and Miss Marple noticed how he kept looking toward the village, as if hoping for rescue from the increasingly uncomfortable conversation. When Mrs. Blackthorne mentioned that the sabotage would have required multiple night visits and intimate knowledge of local patrol schedules, he actually began edging away from the group. "Mr. Bradshaw," the second investigator said sharply, "perhaps you could explain your movements during the past several weeks, particularly your activities during evening hours." The direct question seemed to break whatever remained of Bradshaw's composure. His face flushed, then went pale, and his hands shook visibly as he struggled to formulate a response that wouldn't incriminate him further. I'm often out in the evenings on village business," he said weakly. "Checking on properties, meeting with potential investors. Meeting with residents about community concerns." "Potential investors," Miss Marple repeated with polite interest. "How intriguing." I wasn't aware that Willow Hollow was attracting investment interest. The slip had been crucial, and Miss Marple could see that Bradshaw immediately recognised his mistake. His mention of investors had revealed the commercial motive that explained everything. The deliberate creation of fear and instability to drive down property values and create opportunities for outside speculation. Mrs. Blackthorne was nodding with the satisfaction of someone whose theoretical framework had been confirmed by empirical evidence. "So the accidents were never random events or supernatural intervention," she said. "They were part of a coordinated campaign to destabilise the community and create conditions favourable to property acquisition. And Mrs. Blackthorne provided the perfect scapegoat," Miss Marple added. "A mysterious outsider with unusual interests and limited social connections. Someone the community could blame without looking too closely at more familiar faces." The investigators were now regarding Bradshaw with the focused attention of professionals who had identified their primary suspect. His earlier role as concerned citizen reporting supernatural threats had been completely reversed, transforming him from community protector to community predator. "I think," the thin investigator said formally, "that we need to have a much longer conversation about your recent activities, Mr. Bradshaw. Perhaps you'd be willing to accompany us to the station for a more detailed discussion." It wasn't really a request, and Bradshaw seemed to understand that his options had narrowed considerably. His shoulders sagged with the defeat of someone whose carefully constructed plans had unravelled with devastating speed. "I suppose," he said quietly, "that there's no point in pretending any more." The confession, when it came, was both more elaborate and more petty than Miss Marple had expected. Bradshaw revealed a scheme involving a development consortium from London that had identified Willow Hollow as ideal for a resort hotel complex. Provided the land could be acquired at sufficiently low prices, the supernatural incidents had been designed to drive down property values and convince residents to sell to what they thought were rescue buyers, offering escape from a cursed village. Mrs. Blackthorne had been the perfect foil, an educated woman whose scientific interests could be reframed as witchcraft, whose isolation made her vulnerable to community suspicion, and whose presence provided a convenient explanation for events that might otherwise have been investigated more carefully. The irony Mrs. Blackthorne observed as Bradshaw was led away by the county investigators is that if he had simply approached the community honestly about development opportunities, he might have found willing sellers without resorting to elaborate deception. Miss Marple nodded thoughtfully. But honest approaches require treating people as intelligent partners rather than manipulated victims. Some people find deception easier than respect. As the official vehicles departed with their prisoner, Willow Hollow settled into evening tranquility, with the particular peace that comes after dramatic revelations have cleared the air of long-standing tensions. The village witch had been revealed as a respected academic. The mysterious accidents had been exposed as calculated sabotage, and the community protector had been unmasked as the actual threat to community welfare. Standing beside the collapsed bridge in the gathering dusk, Miss Marple reflected on the curious human tendency to seek supernatural explanations for events that had perfectly rational causes, and how easily fear could be manufactured and directed by those who understood the mechanics of social manipulation. "I suspect," she said to Mrs. Blackthorne as they began walking back toward the village, "that Willow Hollow will be a considerably more peaceful place to live now that its residents understand what they were actually dealing with." Mrs. Blackthorne smiled with the quiet satisfaction of someone whose faith in rational inquiry had been vindicated by events. "Yes, though I imagine it will take some time for people to feel comfortable with the idea that their mysterious witch is actually just a retired botany professor with an interest in local history." "Oh, my dear," Miss Marple replied with gentle humour, "in my experience, villages much prefer their retired professors to their supernatural threats. Academic eccentricity is considered far more manageable than otherworldly malevolence." Behind them, the village lights began to twinkle in cottage windows as Willow Hollow prepared for an evening that would be notably free of supernatural anxiety. The long nightmare of fear and suspicion was finally ending, replaced by the comfortable reality of ordinary people dealing with ordinary problems in the extraordinary beauty of the English countryside. And in her cottage by the creek, Mrs. Blackthorne would soon be settling down with her botanical texts and research notes, no longer the village witch, but simply what she had always been, a scholar who had found peace in the quiet pursuit of knowledge and the gentle rhythms of rural life. The truth, as it often did, had proved far more interesting than the fiction that had temporarily replaced it. 3 weeks had passed since the evening when truth had finally illuminated the shadows that had fallen across Willow Hollow, and the village had settled into its new reality with a gentle resilience that marked the best of English country communities. The November air carried the crisp promise of winter, with frost painting delicate patterns on cottage windows each morning, and the last autumn leaves drifting down like golden confetti to carpet the lanes with their gentle rustling. Miss Marple stood at Dorothy's kitchen window, watching the morning bustle of village life with the contentment of someone who had witnessed justice prevail and community heal. The scene before her bore little resemblance to the anxious, suspicious atmosphere that had greeted her arrival just weeks before. Children played freely in the streets again, their laughter carrying on the clear air, while their parents moved about their daily business with the relaxed confidence of people who no longer feared supernatural interference in their peaceful routines. Mrs. Henderson's garden, where the investigation had begun with blackened flowers and mysterious destruction, showed the first green shoots of winter plantings emerging from soil that had been thoroughly tested, treated and restored. The industrious gardener had been among the first to make amends for the villagers' collective misjudgment, appearing at Mrs. Blackthorne's cottage just days after Bradshaw's arrest, with an armload of spring bulbs and a heartfelt apology for allowing fear to overcome common sense. "It's remarkable how quickly things have returned to normal," Dorothy observed, joining her great-aunt at the window with cups of morning tea. "You'd hardly know there had been any trouble at all, except that people seem kinder, somehow, more thoughtful about jumping to conclusions." Miss Marple accepted her tea with appreciation, noting how the familiar ritual of shared morning beverage had become even more precious after witnessing how easily community bonds could be strained by fear and manipulation. "I think," she said gently, "that experiencing genuine threat from an unexpected source has made everyone more grateful for actual peace and more careful about distinguishing between real and imaginary dangers." Through the window, they could see Mrs. Blackthorne making her way along the main street with her market basket, moving with the same unhurried grace she had always possessed, but now acknowledged with friendly nods and genuine smiles from the villagers she passed. The transformation in her status had been complete, and, Miss Marple was pleased to note, apparently permanent. Where once she had been seen as the mysterious outsider whose very presence seemed to generate trouble, she was now recognised as the knowledgeable expert whose insight had helped solve problems that might otherwise have continued indefinitely. Mrs. Pemberton mentioned yesterday that Mrs. Blackthorne has agreed to give a talk at the village hall about medicinal plants, Dorothy continued. Apparently there's quite a lot of interest in learning proper identification and preparation techniques. Who would have thought that what people once found threatening they would eventually find fascinating? Miss Marple smiled at this evidence of human adaptability. Fear and curiosity were often closely related emotions, differing mainly in whether one approached the unknown with suspicion or enthusiasm. Once Mrs. Blackthorne had been revealed as a scholar rather than a sorceress, village curiosity about her extensive knowledge had quickly replaced village anxiety about her mysterious activities. The sound of hammering drew their attention to the creek, where work had already begun on constructing a new bridge to replace the one that Bradshaw's sabotage had destroyed. The village council, energised by their collective relief at discovering the true source of their troubles, had voted unanimously to build not just a replacement, but an improvement, a graceful stone arch that would honour the site's Roman heritage while incorporating modern engineering techniques to ensure centuries of future service. Mrs. Blackthorne had been invited to consult on the project, her archaeological expertise proving as valuable for construction as it had been for investigation. Miss Marple had watched with quiet satisfaction as the village embraced the woman they had once ostracised, not just accepting her presence, but actively seeking her contribution to their community's future. "I still can't quite believe how wrong we all were," Dorothy said, settling into the window seat with her tea. Mrs. Blackthorne seemed so mysterious, so different from what we expected. It never occurred to any of us that different might simply mean educated, or that mysterious might just mean private. Miss Marple nodded thoughtfully. The case had been an excellent example of how human perception could be shaped by context and expectation, transforming perfectly innocent behaviour into evidence of sinister intent when viewed through the lens of fear and prejudice. A woman's scholarly interests became supernatural knowledge, her professional expertise became unnatural insight, and her preference for solitude became antisocial hostility, all because the community had been primed to interpret difference as danger. "I've been thinking," Dorothy continued, "about what you said during the investigation, about someone benefiting from the atmosphere of fear. It seems so obvious now, but at the time, none of us considered that the accidents might be connected to anything as mundane as property speculation." Miss Marple sipped her tea while watching a pair of robins conduct territorial negotiations in the garden hedge. Human nature, she reflected, was often remarkably similar to bird behaviour. The same tendencies toward tribal thinking, the same susceptibility to manipulation by those clever enough to exploit instinctive responses to perceived threats. Bradshaw was quite clever in his way, she observed. He understood that people would much rather believe in supernatural explanations than suspect their neighbours of deliberate sabotage. Witchcraft was exotic and dramatic, while property fraud was merely sordid, and by positioning himself as the voice of reason calling for official investigation, he deflected suspicion from his own role in creating the problems he claimed to be solving. The irony had been particularly elegant, Miss Marple thought. Bradshaw had managed to appear as both the community's protector and its most concerned citizen, when in fact he had been its primary threat. Only Mrs. Blackthorne's scientific approach to evidence gathering and Miss Marple's sceptical examination of social dynamics had revealed the truth hidden beneath the carefully constructed narrative of supernatural interference. A gentle knock at the front door interrupted their morning contemplation, and Dorothy rose to answer it with the unhurried movements of someone no longer anxious about unexpected visitors. The sound of voices in the hallway was followed by footsteps, and Mrs. Blackthorne appeared in the kitchen doorway, carrying a covered basket that released the most wonderful herbal fragrances. "Good morning," she said. with the warm smile that had become her regular expression since the village's attitude toward her had shifted from suspicion to appreciation. "I hope I'm not interrupting your breakfast, but I wanted to bring you some preserves I made from the last of the autumn herbs. A small thank you for everything you've done." Dorothy accepted the basket with obvious pleasure, lifting the cloth cover to reveal an assortment of jars containing what appeared to be honey-based preparations with various plant additives. How thoughtful. Though really, we should be thanking you. If you hadn't kept such careful records of the incidents, we might never have discovered the truth. Mrs. Blackthorne settled into the chair Miss Marple offered, looking far more relaxed than she had during their first meeting in her cottage. The careful guardedness that had marked her early interactions with village residents had been replaced by the natural confidence of someone who no longer felt the need to justify her existence to suspicious neighbours. "I've been meaning to ask," she said, turning to Miss Marple with genuine curiosity, "how you knew to question the timeline of events. That was the crucial insight that led to everything else." Miss Marple considered the question while studying the patterns Frost had etched on the window glass. Detection, in her experience, was less about brilliant deduction than about careful observation of human inconsistencies, particularly the gap between what people said and what their behaviour revealed about their actual motivations. "I think," she said slowly, "it was Bradshaw's eagerness to find Mrs. Blackthorne guilty that first made me suspicious. In my experience, people who are genuinely concerned about community safety focus on preventing future incidents rather than assigning blame for past ones. His determination to establish supernatural causation seemed more theatrical than practical." Mrs. Blackthorne nodded with the understanding of someone who had been the target of that theatrical determination. "I did wonder why he seemed so knowledgeable about my personal affairs. The way he described my library and my daily routines suggested observation that went well beyond casual neighbourly interest." "Stalking, in other words," Dorothy said with a slight shudder. "How awful to think he was watching you all that time, planning how to use your presence to cover his own criminal activities." Miss Marple watched Mrs. Blackthorne's expression as Dorothy spoke, noting how the younger woman's features remained calm despite the disturbing nature of what she had endured. There was a strength in that composure that spoke of someone who had faced genuine adversity and emerged with her essential character intact. "The watching was unpleasant," Mrs. Blackthorne agreed, "but what troubled me more was the systematic way he manipulated the community's perception of my behaviour, taking perfectly ordinary activities and reframing them as evidence of supernatural malevolence was really quite sophisticated psychological manipulation." Through the window, they could see Peter Walsh approaching the cottage, his cart loaded with supplies for the bridge construction project. He waved cheerfully as he passed, a gesture that would have been unthinkable during the period of village anxiety, but now seemed perfectly natural. The young man had been among the most relieved villagers when the truth about the accidents had emerged, grateful to discover that his community faced earthly problems with earthly solutions rather than supernatural threats beyond human understanding. "I keep thinking about the bridge," Dorothy mused. "It stood for so many centuries, surviving wars and floods and everything history could throw at it. And then one greedy man with modern tools managed to destroy it in a matter of weeks." Mrs. Blackthorne stirred her tea thoughtfully. "Roman engineering was remarkable, but it wasn't magical. The bridge fell because someone who understood its construction principles applied that knowledge destructively rather than constructively. In a way, Bradshaw's sabotage was a testament to the power of education, unfortunately used for harmful rather than helpful purposes." Miss Marple found this observation particularly insightful. Knowledge itself was morally neutral. Its value depended entirely on how it was applied and with what intentions. Mrs. Blackthorne's botanical expertise could be used to heal or harm, just as her archaeological training could preserve ancient structures or destroy them. The difference lay not in the knowledge itself, but in the character of the person wielding it. "Speaking of education," Mrs. Blackthorne continued, "I've been approached by several villagers about starting informal classes in plant identification and traditional remedies. Apparently, the fear that once surrounded my interests has transformed into genuine curiosity about practical applications." Dorothy's face lit up with enthusiasm. "What a wonderful idea! There's so much traditional knowledge that's been lost over the generations. Having someone with proper scientific training to separate useful techniques from harmful superstitions could be invaluable. Miss Marple smiled at this evidence of how crisis could sometimes produce unexpected benefits. The village's encounter with deliberately manufactured fear had ultimately led to greater openness toward genuine learning, as if the experience of being deceived had created immunity to future manipulation through ignorance. A comfortable silence settled over the kitchen as the three women sat with their tea, watching the peaceful scene beyond the window, where Willow Hollow went about its daily business under clear November skies. The crisis that had brought them together was now part of the village's history, joining the layers of experience that gave rural communities their distinctive character and resilience. "I suppose," Mrs. Blackthorne said eventually, "that I should be grateful to Bradshaw in a peculiar way. His scheme forced the village to confront its assumptions about me, and the resolution of that confrontation has led to relationships I might never have developed if people had simply remained politely distant." Miss Marple considered this philosophical approach to what had been a genuinely threatening situation. There was wisdom in finding positive outcomes from negative experiences, though she suspected that Mrs. Blackthorne's ability to do so spoke more to her fundamental generosity of spirit than to any inherent benefit in the ordeal she had endured. "Still," Dorothy said firmly, "I hope you'll forgive us for putting you through such an awful time. Looking back, it seems incredible that we could have been so easily manipulated into suspecting you of supernatural interference when the real problem was perfectly ordinary human greed." Mrs. Blackthorne waved away the apology with characteristic grace. Fear makes people vulnerable to manipulation, and Bradshaw was quite skillful at feeding that fear while directing it away from himself. The important thing is that the truth eventually emerged, and the community learned something valuable about the dangers of scapegoating. As if summoned by their conversation about community learning, the sound of children's voices rose from the street below, where a group of young people had gathered around something that had captured their collective attention. Looking down, Miss Marple could see that they were examining what appeared to be a collection of plants that Mrs. Henderson had brought from her restored garden, comparing leaf shapes and asking questions with the eager curiosity that marked a genuine educational engagement. "It looks," she observed with satisfaction, "as if your informal botany lessons have already begun, Mrs. Blackthorne." Mrs. Blackthorne joined her at the window, watching the children's animated discussion with obvious pleasure. "They're quite bright, actually. Much more interested in understanding how things work than in accepting mysterious explanations for natural phenomena." The afternoon sun was beginning its slow descent toward the horizon, painting the village in the warm golden light that made English countryside scenes look like illustrations from beloved storybooks. Miss Marple felt the deep contentment that came from witnessing human nature at its best, the capacity for growth, forgiveness, and the creation of genuine community bonds based on mutual respect rather than shared fears. As evening approached and it came time for Miss Marple to begin thinking about her return journey to St. Mary Mead, she found herself reflecting on the curious adventure that had brought her to Willow Hollow, just when the village most needed someone willing to question popular assumptions and search for uncomfortable truths. "I think," she said to Mrs. Blackthorne as they prepared to part, "that you've found exactly the sort of community that deserves someone with your talents and knowledge, and I suspect they've found exactly the sort of neighbour who will enrich their understanding of the world around them." Mrs. Blackthorne's smile held all the warmth of someone who had finally found her proper place in the world. "Yes, I believe we have. Though I must admit it took a rather dramatic crisis to bring us all to that recognition." As Miss Marple made her way back to Dorothy's cottage in the gathering dusk, she could see lights beginning to twinkle in windows throughout the village, each one representing a household settling into evening routines that were now mercifully free of supernatural anxiety. The church bell chimed the hour with its ancient bronze voice, calling across fields where sheep moved like pale ghosts in the gathering mist, their bells creating the same gentle symphony that had welcomed her to Willow Hollow weeks before. But now the mist held no mysteries more threatening than the natural magic of an English evening, and the shadows that gathered in cottage gardens concealed nothing more sinister than sleeping cats and hibernating hedgehogs, The village witch had been revealed as a retired professor whose greatest magic was the ability to make dead plants grow and ancient knowledge live again in the minds of curious students. And in her peaceful cottage by the creek, Mrs. Blackthorn would spend the evening with her botanical texts and research notes, no longer the object of fearful speculation, but simply what she had always been, a scholar who had found sanctuary in the quiet pursuit of knowledge and the gentle rhythms of rural life that had sustained English villages for generations beyond counting. The truth, as Miss Marple had always maintained, was indeed far more interesting than any fiction could ever be, and far more comforting than any supernatural mystery, no matter how dramatically it might capture the imagination. In Willow Hollow, peace had returned with the soft certainty of morning mist settling into familiar hollows, bringing with it the promise of many tranquil days to come. And so our gentle tale of Willow Hollow draws to its close, like evening mist settling over ancient willows and cottage gardens, where herbs grow in careful abundance. The witch who never was has found her place among neighbours, who learn to see wisdom where once they saw only strangeness, and the village that lost itself to fear has discovered something far more valuable. The courage to question, to seek truth, and to embrace the different rather than fear it. Sometimes the most profound magic lies not in supernatural mysteries, but in the very human capacity for growth, forgiveness, and the patient building of community bonds strong enough to weather any storm. In the gentle turning of seasons, in the shared rituals of tea and conversation, in the simple act of extending kindness to those who seem unlike ourselves. Here lies the real enchantment that sustains us all. Miss Marple returns to St. Mary Mead with new stories to treasure. Mrs. Blackthorn tends her herbs and welcomes her students, and Willow Hollow settles into winter's embrace with hearts lighter than they have been in many months. The bridge rises again, stone by stone. Children learn the names of healing plants, and evening mist carries only the scent of wood smoke and the promise of peaceful dreams. Thank you for joining me in this quiet corner of the English countryside, where mysteries find their solutions not in darkness, but in the patient application of kindness and common sense. May your own rest be as gentle as a November evening in Willow Hollow, and may your dreams be filled with nothing more magical than the simple contentment of truth well discovered and peace well earned. Until we meet again for another soft-spoken tale, sleep well, dear listener, sleep well.